Hey guys, tonight we're going to lie down in not one, but two very different beds. One sits beside a smoky hearth in a low, mud walled cottage. It smells faintly of wet hay, wool, and something definitely unwashed. The mattress is a canvas sack stuffed with straw that squeaks when you move. Your pillow? Maybe a bundled tunic? Your blanket? A coarse wool sheet shared with your sibling. Oh, and there's a chicken pecking around near your feet. The other bed stands in a high vaulted castle chamber, draped with embroidered curtains and flanked by towering candle holders. You'd think it's heaven until you realize it's freezing. The mattress is lumpy, and your nightcap is soaked with sweat from the 6 layers of bedding someone deemed necessary in a stone palace with no insulation. You're also not alone. A valet might be snoozing nearby. There's a rustle behind the curtain. Maybe a dog. Possibly a spy. You're about to find out, in the Middle Ages, who really slept better, peasants or kings. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You open your eyes beneath a soot-darkened thatched roof. A smoky smell lingers. Fireplaces in peasant homes had no chimneys, just holes in the roof and hope. Your nose stings faintly. It's cold. Your shirt is still damp from yesterday's labor. Outside, an ox shifts in the barn attached to your one-room house, snorting softly in its sleep. But you're not complaining. The ox's warmth helps keep the house from freezing. Some peasants even slept beside them for extra heat. You adjust your stiff blanket and let the night take you. Again, in medieval Europe, sleep wasn't a private luxury. It was a shared survival tactic. In peasant households, everyone, parents, children, even elderly relatives, usually slept in the same room, sometimes in the same bed. Bedrooms, plural, weren't a thing. You had one bed or two at most. And yes, even if your brother snored like a blacksmith's anvil, he still got a spot. Beds were often just wooden frames with a straw or hay-stuffed mattress. Some were simply piles of rushes or cloth on the floor. And if you think a firm mattress is uncomfortable now, try lying on a knotted sack full of oat chaff that squeaks and leaks with every twist. Peasants did their best. They might add herbs like lavender or wormwood to the bedding to keep fleas away. Spoiler, it didn't really work. Now switch beds. You're a king tonight, cloaked in layers of silk and fur, reclining on a raised platform in the center of a great chamber. The walls are tapestried, not insulated. A roaring fire burns in the hearth, but it mostly warms your feet while your ears freeze. You've just finished a 4-course dinner heavy on meats, pies, and suspiciously undercooked lamprey eels. You're digesting slowly and noisily. Your bed, a 4-poster wonder, groans under the weight of feather-stuffed bedding, linen sheets, woolen covers, and embroidered blankets. The mattress is luxurious, but unpredictable. Feathers shift to the corners, leaving your spine in contact with the wooden slats below. Plus, it smells a little. Personal hygiene, even for royalty, was, how to say this gently, not daily. The average king bathed once a month, if that. The bedding? Washed maybe once a season. A servant lurks just outside the curtain in case you call. Another snores discreetly on a bench nearby. Privacy is a future concept. Tonight, you're never truly alone, especially when the court jester had too much ale and might barge in looking for a misplaced loot. Historians still argue whether medieval kings truly slept better than peasants. The wealth gap was enormous, but comfort? That's more nuanced. Kings had better materials: silk, feathers, warm furs, but also more interruptions. From politics to poison paranoia, peasants slept rough, but they were exhausted. They didn't toss and turn, wondering if the archbishop was planning a coup. And here's your first quirky tidbit. Medieval peasants believed that sleeping with your feet facing the door invited death spirits in. So, even in a crowded room, they tried to angle beds sideways. This left little room to move. But hey, anything to avoid an awkward haunting. So, as you roll over in either bed, straw-filled or silk-draped, ask yourself, what would you trade for a good night's sleep? Would you give up warmth for privacy, wealth for rest, a palace for peace? The chicken by your feet just clucked in its sleep. That probably answers it for you. You wake to the sound of a goat sneezing. It's dark. You reach out. Rough fabric, damp wool, someone's elbow. The hearth has burned low, and the last embers tickle the air with that smoky, earthy scent you're starting to associate with your peasant alter ego. Outside, there's the distant, rhythmic howling of a wolf or a dog pretending to be one. Tonight, we're staying in this humble cottage, nestled in a forgotten village somewhere between the 10th and 14th centuries. Let's get a little cozier. Though the word cozy might be a stretch when your bedding is made from last season's oat straw and the mattress leaks every time you shift your weight. It's not just the stuffing that squeaks. The bed frame does too. Assuming you even have one. Most peasants simply slept on sacks placed directly on the earthen floor, sometimes atop woven rush mats to keep out damp. The pillow? Maybe a bundled cloak, or a sack of grain if you're lucky. And the blanket? A coarse, scratchy wool sheet, possibly shared with your cousin and your cousin's dog. It's not luxurious, but it keeps you alive. Comfort is secondary. There's no bed linen. There's no nightly turn-down service. What you get is what you've patched yourself. Bedding was expensive. Even a small amount of woven fabric took days to produce. So if you're imagining a soft duvet tucked under your chin, try a blanket woven by your grandmother that smells like the family goat and has been mended so often it looks more like a quilted map of Europe. Here's the thing, though, this wasn't seen as unpleasant. It was normal. Your back is sore? Everyone's is. It's not even worth mentioning unless something's actually broken. And if you're a traveling peasant or laborer, you might not have even this much. You'd sleep in stables, barns, or under hedgerows when on the move. There's a reason thatched roofs extended over livestock shelters. Humans and animals shared space, warmth, and the occasional midnight sneeze. Now here's a quirky detail. Medieval peasants often believed that lying too soft or too warm could actually be unhealthy. Some thought it weakened the body. So, ironically, that crunchy, uneven bedding might have been a point of pride. A strong back comes from a hard bed. Someone's grandfather probably grunted while cracking his spine into place. And now, a curious historical wrinkle. People didn't sleep the way we do today. sleep often came in two segments, commonly known as first sleep and second sleep. You'd drift off after sundown, wake up around midnight or so, and spend an hour or two stoking the fire, praying, visiting a neighbor, even, well, let's just say it was prime cuddle and chat time. Then you'd fall back asleep until dawn. It wasn't insomnia. It was expected. Historians still debate why this pattern faded, but it seems to have dissolved with the rise of artificial lighting and strict industrial schedules centuries later. Let's return to your senses. The floor beneath your straw mattress is packed dirt. Cold seeps through. You hear a shift, a snort from the ox outside, or maybe your uncle rolling over. The smell of last night's stew still lingers in the air. That stew, by the way, might have simmered for days in the same pot. Ingredients changed. The pot stayed. They even had a name for it, perpetual stew. Romantic, right? Your tunic sticks slightly to your skin. You sleep in your clothes, because taking them off would mean freezing, and, besides, you only own one outfit. Bathing? Rare. Water was hard to haul, and often cold. Lice were considered a minor nuisance, almost a companion. You scratched, you moved on, and don't forget the smoke. Remember, no chimney. Fires vented through a simple roof hole or low eaves. That meant the air was always slightly hazy. On the upside, it helped preserve the thatch from insects. On the downside, you're breathing in chimney-free fireplace fumes every night. Sleep studies today would definitely not approve. Still, people adapted. They learned to live and sleep through discomfort. And some scholars believe peasants may have gotten better quality sleep than modern people, despite their harsh conditions. Why? No screens, no clocks, no emails, and a physical exhaustion we can barely imagine. When your whole body's been bending, lifting, planting, and hauling from sunrise to sundown, well, you sleep like a rock, or at least like a slightly itchy rock, and as you lie there, listening to the wind slip between the cracks in the wall, you wonder, what did they dream about? Turns out, dreams were important, interpreted as divine messages, signs, or warnings. Some even slept with religious icons near their beds to ward off evil dreams. The line between sleep and the spirit world was thinner then. Some people feared demons or night hags might sit on their chests. Others told stories of saints appearing in dreams, whispering cures or advice, but that's for later. For now, you nuzzle deeper into your itchy sack of barley straw and breathe in the slightly sour air of a room where everyone sleeps, eats, and sometimes gives birth, all within 10 square meters. Not glamorous, but grounded, and oddly soothing in its simple, undemanding rhythm. So go on, pull the blanket closer, scratch that mysterious bite on your ankle, and drift back into first or second sleep. You stretch, or at least try to. Your arm collides with another. There's a grunt, maybe a mumble, and then the soft thud of a sibling flopping back over. The fire has gone out. Your straw mattress is now slightly flatter in the middle, thanks to the combined weight of your family. But let's shift. Just for contrast. You blink once, and suddenly, the bed is enormous. 4 tall posts rise around you like columns in a wool-lined temple. Velvet curtains, heavy and embroidered, hang thick against the draft. The mattress underneath you is deep, stuffed with feathers plucked from countless unfortunate geese. Somewhere beneath all these layers, your legs are going numb. You're in a castle now, a royal chamber. The ceilings arch above you in ornate splendor. The floor is stone, though covered with rushes or woven mats to muffle sound and soak up, well, things. And you, noble sleeper, are wrapped in privilege, prestige, and a surprising amount of superstition. Because here's the secret. Even kings and queens didn't just lie down and conk out. Sleep, for the medieval elite, was a ritual. It had steps, it had meaning, and, unsurprisingly, it had very questionable science. Let's start with the room. Noble chambers were large, echoey, and hard to heat. So the bed was often a sanctuary within a sanctuary, hung with curtains to hold in warmth and block out bugs. These curtains were drawn closed at night by servants, sometimes with specific prayers or gestures to ward off evil spirits. That's right. No matter how rich you were, you still worried about demons sitting on your chest in the dark. A favorite bedtime ritual? Drinking, but not water. No one trusted water. You'd sip warm spiced wine, ale, or even a bit of herbal sleep draught, brewed with valerian, hops, or lettuce juice. Tasty? Not really. Effective? Maybe. Historians still argue whether these concoctions helped induce rest or just mildly numbed the senses, like your cousin Greg's famous stew. Royal sleep schedules weren't exactly stable, either. Kings and queens stayed up late. Court events, strategy discussions, prayers, and, let's be honest, long banquets with slow service meant that bedtime often came well past midnight. That's a lot of roasted boar to digest before you even start trying to doze. And speaking of digestion, medieval medicine had a lot to say about sleep. According to Galenic theory, too much sleep caused damp humors to rise. Too little, and you risked drying out your brain. Physicians advise people to sleep on their right side, not their back, and certainly not their stomach. Why? Apparently, it helped your liver process food better. They even warned against going to bed angry or overly full. Both were thought to cause nightmares or death. Lighthearted stuff. Now here's your quirky tidbit. Some nobles believed placing a piece of blessed bread under their pillow would protect them from bad dreams. Others stuffed herbs like rosemary or chamomile into sachets and tucked them under the covers, an early form of medieval aromatherapy. And yes, occasionally someone would sleep with a holy relic nearby, like a saint's toenail, a little crowded under the pillow, but spiritually comforting. Royal beds were also political spaces. In some courts, receiving an audience in bed was a real thing. A monarch might meet nobles or advisors while still propped up against embroidered cushions, swaddled in finery. This wasn't laziness. It was a power move. It said, "I am so important, I don't even have to get up for you." But for all the luxury, comfort was still elusive. Without modern insulation, the bed might be the only warm spot in the chamber. Drafts crept through even the thickest stone walls. Your breath steamed visibly. Sometimes a servant would warm your bed with a metal pan of coals, or by climbing in first, then slipping out just before you arrived. Awkward? Absolutely. And while the bed may have been spacious, it wasn't always private. Royalty rarely slept alone. Spouses, yes, but also attendants, guards, and even visiting dignitaries might share the space. In certain courts, it was custom for courtiers to help a ruler undress and tuck them in. Intimate? Very sleep-friendly? Not particularly. Here's another oddity. Medieval people often wore nightcaps, not for fashion, but necessity. These caps, sometimes tied under the chin, helped retain heat since bedrooms were basically refrigerated caves. As for pajamas, not a thing. Most folks either wore a linen shift or slept in their undergarments. Some even slept naked under all those layers, trusting the covers to do their job and the attendants to mind their business. Despite the grandeur, many nobles were chronically tired. Political stress, poor digestion, and night-long feasts left their mark. Insomnia wasn't understood as a condition, but it was definitely a problem. The king may have had a feather bed, but the peasant had a clear conscience and a body exhausted from actual labor. So, which would you prefer? To fall asleep beneath a velvet canopy, haunted by plots and liver complaints? Or to curl up on straw next to your goat, muscles aching but mind calm? Royal sleep, it turns out, came with baggage, and not just the kind embroidered with gold thread. You roll over. Again. In the peasant's cottage, it's a minor thud against the packed earth floor. In the castle, it's a rustle of layered linens and a muffled groan from somewhere behind the bed curtains. Possibly a chambermaid who wasn't expecting your royal elbow. Let's compare these two beds more closely now, not just in feel, but in space, smell, and snoring, the true trifecta of medieval sleep experience. First, space. You'd assume the king wins here. And yes, royal beds could be massive. Some were 6 feet wide or more, especially among the French and English elite. The famous Great Bed of Ware, built in the 1590s, could sleep up to 4 couples at once. And yes, that happened. It was basically the Airbnb of the Renaissance. But even before that, large beds were common in noble homes, part status symbol, part practicality. Still, size didn't mean solitude. Royalty rarely slept entirely alone. A spouse, yes, but also courtiers, bodyguards, or even political allies might sleep nearby. In some cases, guests were invited to share the royal bed, not for romantic reasons, but for alliance building. Cozy diplomacy, if you will. And even when sleeping alone, the king's chamber was rarely empty. Valets snored on benches nearby. Maids and guards hovered in adjacent alcoves. Conversations murmured late into the night through stone walls. So much for tranquility. Now cut to the peasant's room. Small. Yes. Cramped. Really. But its occupants were used to it. A typical peasant family shared a single bed, or 2 at most. Parents slept with children. Siblings spooned to stay warm. Beds were narrow, but so were the people. And body heat was a currency. Sometimes, peasants built a box bed into the wall, a literal wooden cabinet you could climb into and shut the doors on the cold. It felt a little like sleeping in a wardrobe. Probably smelled like one, too. Smell, by the way, is our second category. And hoo boy, this one's a toss-up. Let's start with the peasant's home. A combination of sweat, smoke, wool, and livestock. The floor was rarely swept. Food was cooked in the same space where people slept. That scent you're picking up might be last week's cabbage stew, still clinging to the rafters. And remember, people didn't bathe often. A bucket bath once a week was a luxury. Maybe you rinsed your feet before bed, maybe not. Your nose just adjusted. Now imagine the royal chamber. Fewer goats, more perfume. But that doesn't mean cleaner. Castles weren't bastions of hygiene. Chamber pots were emptied somewhere, and that somewhere wasn't always outside. Rushes scattered across the floors absorbed spills, crumbs, and bodily fluids, and were changed. When someone remembered, sometimes herbs like lavender were mixed in to mask the scent. Didn't quite do the job. And now, the snoring. Oh, the snoring. Medieval sleep was loud, whether in a peasant hovel or a king's tower. People snored, farted, groaned, and talked in their sleep. In the cottage, it was a symphony of nasal congestion and livestock burps. In the castle, it was the chorus of multiple attendants breathing through varying degrees of nose blockage. Remember, even monarchs had to deal with the nightly sounds of humanity. Queen Elizabeth Yasri, for instance, reportedly hated sleeping near anyone who snored and once had an entire bedchamber staff rotated because of it. Historians still debate whether that's true, but honestly, it sounds plausible and maybe a little relatable. Now, here's a fun and strange tidbit. Some noblewomen slept sitting up, not for posture, but because it was believed lying flat invited death. This half-reclined pose was thought to protect the lungs and prevent bad vapors from settling. So yes, even in the comfiest bed, someone might be propped against pillows like a worried Victorian aunt. But if you asked a medieval peasant whether they preferred their setup to the king's, the answer might surprise you. For them, sharing a mattress wasn't humiliating. It was bonding. Families formed their tightest relationships in shared sleep. Children drifted off to the sounds of lullabies, whispered prayers, or their grandfather's snoring lull. Meanwhile, the king, he might be wide awake, watching the shadows flicker across his curtain, wondering whether his steward has betrayed him, or if the spiced eel at dinner was slightly too green. And that brings us to our scholarly debate. Historians still argue whether space equals comfort. The royal bed may have offered width, height, and luxury, but was it restful? Or did all that space come with the cost of unease, exposure, and expectation? One last note. Peasants, despite their physical exhaustion, often went to bed with a sense of peace. Their world was small, their worries grounded. A crop might fail, a sheep might wander, but their beds weren't thrones. No one was trying to take them, unless it was the family cat. So tonight, as you lie in your own bed, consider this. Would you trade silence for silks, solitude for grandeur, a creaky straw mattress for a cold feather palace? The chicken seems to vote for the cottage, midnight. You're not dreaming. You're awake, but not from insomnia or a glowing phone screen. No, this is intentional. It's the middle of the medieval night. And for you, noble or peasant, it's time to get up. Welcome to the world of segmented sleep. In the Middle Ages, sleep wasn't one long, uninterrupted snooze. It came in 2 acts. First sleep began after nightfall, roughly 2 to 3 hours after sunset. People would drift off naturally, sometimes in total darkness, sometimes to the soft glow of a dying hearth or candle. Then, after about 4 hours, something odd would happen. They'd wake up. Naturally, calmly, not distressed. What came next? A whole world of quiet activity. This in-between time, often around midnight to 2 a.m., was called the watch, or wake interval. It was considered normal and even useful. People didn't panic or reach for a medieval melatonin. They just got up and did things. In the peasant's cottage, this might mean tending to a sick animal, checking the fire, or slipping outside to relieve oneself discreetly behind the woodshed. Indoor plumbing? Still a few centuries away? Sorry. Others prayed, whispered, or sat by the coals with a spouse, chatting softly or simply enjoying the hush. Some even visited neighbors in this quiet window. Yes, socializing in the middle of the night. Can you imagine? Back in the castle, nobles had their own version. Letters were written. Beds were rearranged. Attendants stirred from floor mats to refill jugs or reheat stones for the bed. Some nobles read, by candlelight if they were literate, or dictated thoughts to scribes. And, of course, there were other, more intimate activities. 2. Historical documents and church sermons from the period mention this middle-of-the-night window as a natural time for marital relations. Apparently, people weren't too tired, just well-rested enough to start again. Historians still debate what caused this pattern. Was it simply the body's response to darkness? Without artificial light, people followed their natural circadian rhythms more closely. Or did culture shape it? Monastic schedules, with night prayers breaking up sleep, may have influenced broader society. Either way, the two-sleep cycle appears across centuries and cultures, from ancient Greeks to early modern French peasants. One thing's clear: nobody saw it as a problem. Modern sleep science has only recently rediscovered this pattern, and researchers like Roger E. Kirch have pointed to hundreds of references in diaries, court records, and medical texts that describe this two-part sleep. But it faded gradually during the Enlightenment, especially with the spread of artificial lighting. By the Industrial Revolution, segmented sleep had all but disappeared, replaced by the push for 8 uninterrupted hours. Now back to your medieval bed. You sit upright in the dark, perhaps pull on a cloak or shawl. The air is cold. Breath fogs slightly in front of your face. In the peasant house, others are stirring too. A child mumbles in sleep. Someone shuffles toward the fire with a bundle of twigs to rekindle the embers. You add a few dry leaves, cup your hands, and gently blow until the orange glow brightens. A soft whoosh, and there it is, the only light in the room. In the castle, the watch might involve listening for movement. Are those footsteps from a servant? Or something else? Remember, the medieval night held all kinds of superstitions. Nighttime was when spirits were strongest, demons most active. In some places, a candle was kept burning near the bed to keep away nightmares, which weren't just dreams, but believed to be literal spirits pressing down on your chest. And yet, it wasn't all dread. This midnight space was intimate, even sacred. Some referred to it as the quiet hours, perfect for reflection or hushed conversation. A priest might rise to pray. A mother might nurse a child. A man might sit by the coals and mull over planting schedules or the sheep's limp. In these hours, time slowed. There was no rush to get back to sleep. Sleep would come again, naturally, in a few hours. Here's your quirky tidbit. A 13th century French medical guide suggested this waking period was the best time to take certain medicines. While the humors are balanced and the body is warm, but not yet dry. Imagine that. A little midnight herbal tonic, a soft prayer, maybe a biscuit, then right back to bed. As you sit beside the fire or beneath your feather coverlet, you notice something that modern people rarely experience. Complete, enveloping quiet. No buzzing fridge, no humming street lamp, no scrolling, just wind, distant owls, or the soft breath of someone beside you. And then, without alarm or anxiety, you feel sleep return. You lie back down. No stress about time. No thoughts of early meetings or unread emails. Just warmth, softness, and a sense that this night still has more to give. First sleep. Wake. Second sleep. A rhythm lost to time. But tonight, you've found it again. You wake again. This time for good. A faint gray light creeps through the gaps in the shutter. The rooster is late, but your back is early. It aches. Your neck crackles as you sit up, blinking blearily in the morning chill. Welcome back to the medieval peasant's morning, where there's no snooze button, no soft robe, and certainly no shower. You slept in your clothes. Of course you did. Everyone did. Taking them off would have meant being cold. Or worse, being improper. In many communities, even inside the family home, modesty around sleep was a cultural standard. Some people stripped off outer layers or belts, but full nudity, not unless you had a death wish or were incredibly French. Your tunic smells like wood smoke and sheep, which is normal. The wool is scratchy against your skin, and you tug it down over your hips as you stand. Maybe you slept with a hood on, or a cap, especially if it was winter. Shoes. Maybe some folks slept with their boots still on, if they were laborers traveling, or if the floor was just too cold and full of unknowns. You don't want to be barefoot when rats are involved. So, yes, in the Middle Ages, pajamas were whatever you were already wearing. Linen undergarments, if you owned them, were often the closest thing to sleepwear. And if you were especially lucky or noble, you might have a nightshirt, long and flowing, often made of linen and reused for weeks at a time. Queen Elizabeth. I allegedly had special nightgowns embroidered with silver thread. But if you're a commoner, you've got your work clothes, and those will do just fine. You wore them yesterday. You'll wear them today. Why change for 6 hours of shared unconsciousness? Now, let's talk about bedding. Specifically, what you did with it after sleep. Nothing. Medieval beds were rarely made in the modern sense. You didn't fluff pillows or smooth blankets. You might shake out the straw or fold the blanket to keep rats out, but that's about it. Linen was too precious to be casually laundered. Most peasants didn't even own more than one set of sheets, if any at all. Hygiene, as you've guessed, was not a nightly routine. Washing before bed? Maybe a quick rinse of the hands or feet with cold water, if you lived near a stream or had a household basin. Soap existed, but it was coarse and expensive. In rural communities, people often used ashes, clay, or herbs to scrub down now and then. Bathing was more likely to happen at the local bathhouse once a week, if that. But here's a charming detail. Some households kept a bedside bowl of dried lavender, mint, or wormwood, not to eat. Though let's be honest, you've had worse soup, but to sniff before sleep or in the morning. People believed pleasant smells warded off disease and promoted good dreams. A medieval aromatherapy, if you will. Historians still argue whether this was more spiritual or medical, but it's oddly relatable. Who doesn't want to wake up to a good smell? Now let's shift the scene, because back in the castle, the morning ritual is just beginning. Your royal bedchamber is coming to life. The fire has been restoked. A servant creeps in with warm water for your face and hands. You don't dress yourself, of course. That's what attendants are for. 2 or 3 of them are already gently shaking out your garments from a nearby chest, probably while discussing your posture or last night's digestion. You sit upright in bed, draped in an embroidered robe, sipping a watered-down wine or perhaps a broth. Food might arrive soon. Soft bread, dried fruits, spiced milk. Your chamberlain waits for the right moment to announce the day's appointments, but you're not really listening. You're wondering if you should have said yes to that extra slice of eel pie last night. Even royalty didn't always sleep soundly. Stress, illness, political anxiety, and heavy food often meant restless nights. There are records of nobles seeking remedies from doctors or clergy for persistent sleeplessness. One monk wrote that the queen did not sleep for 3 nights on account of the devil's humming. Probably a metaphor. Hopefully, here's your quirky fact. In some noble households, bed sharing still happened, not just with spouses, but with favored courtiers or guests. Not in a romantic sense, necessarily. It was a sign of trust. Sharing a bed implied intimacy, alliance, or mentorship. Imagine cozying up next to your boss to cement that promotion. Meanwhile, back in the cottage, your peasant self is already moving. No lounging, no brooding over political alliances. You have chores, immediate, tangible, relentless. Animals must be fed, water fetched, bread dough kneaded, and all on an empty stomach, most likely. Your sleep was short, probably around 6 to 7 hours in total, depending on the season. In winter, you had longer nights to rest. In summer, dawn came early, and with it, the need to go. Because in a medieval village, nobody waits on you, not even time. And yet, as you open the creaky wooden door and step into the pale, dewy air, there's a peace to it. You survived the night. You stayed warm enough. You dreamed, maybe of saints, maybe of storms. Now it's morning. The world smells like wood smoke, wet earth, and bread you haven't baked yet. Sleep in the Middle Ages was never luxurious, but it was earned. It was needed. And whether you were dressed like a king or curled next to a goat, sleep was, above all, functional. You closed your eyes. The body took what it could. And then it was time to live again. You shiver, but not from fear, or even a bad dream. No, this chill cuts right through the layers of blankets and wool to your bones. Welcome to castle life in the middle of winter, where no amount of silk, fur, or royal privilege can stop a draft from sneaking in under the door. Let's be honest, castles were cold. They weren't designed with comfort in mind. They were fortresses first, homes second. And despite all that stone grandeur, they leaked heat like a colander leaks soup. Unless you were lucky enough to have a hearth in your chamber, and not everyone did. You relied on bed curtains, body heat, and sheer stubbornness to make it through the night. Your royal bed, glorious as it appears, is a climate-controlled nightmare. Sure, the feather-stuffed mattress is thick. The velvet canopy is embroidered with gold thread, but the wind still howls through those high tower windows, rattling wooden shutters and seeping into the corners of the room. There are tapestries on the wall, not just for decoration, but to block the cold. You could practically ski in here. To stay warm, you wear a linen nightshirt beneath the covers, and over that, furs, thick woolen blankets, quilted coverlets. Even your cap, tied firmly under your chin, is a daily necessity. You look less like a monarch and more like someone halfway through packing for a mountaineering expedition. And still your feet are cold. Enter the bed warmer, a metal pan filled with hot coals, slid between the sheets just before bedtime. Or, if you're especially fortunate and shameless, a servant lies in the bed briefly to warm it for you. Yes, that was a real thing. Some accounts mention noblemen paying young boys to curl under the covers for a few minutes before they slid in. It was a very literal version of warming up the bed. Still not warm enough? Try heated stones at your feet, or sleeping with a small dog under the blanket. Lap dogs weren't just accessories, they were furry foot warmers. One chronicler from the 15th century wrote that Queen Isabella of France insisted her little greyhound slept at her toes every night. Practical and adorable. Now let's peek back at our peasant sleeper. No feather beds here. Just straw, a coarse blanket, and maybe a sibling to share heat. But peasants also had tricks. One of the most charming, sleeping above the animals. Many cottages were built with the barn underneath the living quarters. The warmth from the livestock, cows, sheep, pigs, would rise, subtly heating the family space above. Not quite central heating, but effective and smelly. Clothing doubled as bedding. Your cloak might be your blanket. If you had fur, even rabbit pelts, you used them, and you didn't change clothes at night. You simply bundled tighter. A hat or kerchief tied over the head helped keep in body heat. Because most of that precious warmth escapes from, you guessed it, the top of your head. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some peasants even burned dried cow dung for heat. It wasn't just fuel. It was considered cleaner than wet wood and less likely to smoke up the house. The smell? Surprisingly mild once burned. But if you've ever gone camping with questionable firewood, you can probably imagine the atmosphere. Medieval sleep was a battle against the elements. Forget memory foam. Your biggest enemy was the wind, and sometimes the snow that blew in through the walls. Windows, when present, weren't glazed. They were covered in oiled parchment, fabric, or left open entirely. Glass was rare and expensive. You could be the richest noble and still wake up with frost on your pillow. To fight this, beds became cocoons. The four-poster structure wasn't just a flex. It served a real purpose. Those heavy curtains trapped heat, creating a microclimate of body warmth. Close them at night, and you might preserve a few extra degrees. Open them, and it was like letting winter inside your nightgown. So, whether you were a king or a cowherd, sleeping in winter required strategy. Peasants curled up in balls to conserve warmth, often layered together like medieval nesting dolls. In some places, hay beds were refreshed with dried lavender or mugwort to add insulation and discourage bugs. Others placed flat stones, heated from the fire, at the foot of the bed to radiate heat upward. Primitive hot water bottles. Historians still argue which social class handled the cold better. Nobles had resources, stone homes, servants, heavy fabrics. But peasants had adaptation. They built smarter for their means. They were physically acclimated, more tolerant of discomfort, and less likely to complain if the cat stole their blanket. Plus, here's the irony. Peasants didn't expect sleep to be luxurious. It was just part of the work cycle. You finished your chores. You collapsed. You woke up before sunrise. Cold toes were part of the deal. In contrast, nobles, used to comfort in other aspects of life, often obsessed over sleep. Royal physicians advised them on room orientation, bedding materials, sleep positions, even which direction to face while sleeping. East was preferred for religious reasons. The idea of sleep mattered almost as much as sleep itself. So as you snuggle deeper into your blanket tonight, modern or imagined, consider your medieval ancestors. They layered, they sweated, they froze, they shared, they curled around warm dogs and warmer siblings. And every once in a while, they probably muttered the medieval version of, "Why is it always my feet?" You feel something beneath your back shift. Again, it's not a ghost or a courtier. It's your mattress, slowly caving in like a doughy bread loaf left too long by the fire. Welcome to the squishy, squeaky world of medieval beds, where what's inside your mattress told you everything about your class, your comfort, and your likelihood of waking up with fleas. Let's start at the top. Feather beds. The ultimate medieval luxury. Soft, moldable, and highly coveted. If you were noble or wealthy, you didn't just sleep on feathers, you floated on them. Or that was the idea, anyway. But the reality? Mixed. Feather mattresses, called ticks, were large linen or woolen sacks, crammed with goose or duck feathers. The fluffiest feathers were from the underlayer, near the belly. But those were also the hardest to collect, and geese don't give them up willingly. So often, beds were filled with coarser feathers, creating lumps that migrated to the corners as you slept. You'd start the night on a cloud and wake up on a wrinkled bag of thorns. The elite rotated and fluffed their mattresses often. Servants were tasked with smoothing, shaking, and sometimes even airing out the bedding. But still, these were animal products, prone to rot, infestations, and peculiar smells. Remember, rooms weren't ventilated like today, and the combination of sweat, oil, and dampness meant your bed might feel slightly alive in a bad way. Now drop down the social ladder. If you were middle class or a lower-ranking noble, you might have a mattress filled with wool or horsehair. Wool mattresses were heavy, thick, and warm, but also incredibly dense. Think of sleeping on a flattened sheep. Horsehair was firmer and more breathable, but expensive. It also had to be cleaned meticulously, or it developed a scent somewhere between barn and attic. Peasants? Straw. Plain and simple. Straw beds were the standard for rural families across medieval Europe, known as palliasses. These mattresses were linen sacks, or, more often, coarse canvas, stuffed with dry straw, hay, or oat chaff. Easy to refill, simple to sew, and wonderfully cheap. The downside? Noisy, pokey, and home to every bug that didn't get the memo that this wasn't a haystack, and they flattened fast. After a few weeks, your soft new palliasse was just a prickly mat. Families refilled them seasonally, usually around harvest time when fresh straw was available. They might mix in dried herbs to deter insects, lavender, tansy, or wormwood. Did it work? Historians still debate that. Some say it just made the bugs sleep better. 2. In winter, you might add rushes beneath the mattress or on the floor for insulation. Some even layered animal skins over the straw for extra comfort. Although that was a rare treat, a tattered sheepskin under your hips was the medieval equivalent of a memory foam topper. But don't picture peasants just lying flat on these makeshift mats. Beds varied. Some were raised wooden platforms. Others were box-like structures built into the wall. In parts of Germany and the Low Countries, people used Schlafkasten, or sleeping cupboards. Tiny, enclosed wooden beds you could climb into and shut the doors. Practical? Yes. A little claustrophobic? Definitely. And now, a noble oddity for your quirky tidbit. Some medieval royal beds weren't used for sleeping at all. They were ceremonial. Kings and queens had state beds, lavishly decorated structures meant for showing off. These beds were never actually slept in. Instead, they were used for public rituals, greetings, or even giving birth in front of witnesses. Yes, that happened. No, you wouldn't want to be in the front row. So the truly functional royal bed might be more modest, still large and well-made, but hidden deeper in the chamber, away from prying eyes and political gossip. Back to mattresses. Maintenance was a chore. Without sheets that were regularly washed, the mattress fabric absorbed everything: sweat, dust, oils, crumbs. You'd beat it, air it out in the sun, and hope the moths moved on. Linens, if you had them, were treasured and often used until they were threadbare. A single bedsheet could be mended a dozen times before retirement, at which point it became a towel or bandage. And yet, for all these shortcomings, beds were status symbols. In some wills from the 14th and 15th centuries, beds were among the most valuable household items. People passed them down like family heirlooms. A well-made bed frame or mattress might outlast its owner, though it probably didn't smell very nice by then. Peasants might spend years sleeping on straw, but many dreamed of the feather-tick life. Nobles, meanwhile, dreamed of peace. A soft bed didn't guarantee good sleep, not with a kingdom to worry about. Here's something historians point out often. The perception of comfort is relative. A straw bed was wonderful after 12 hours in the fields. A feather bed could feel like a torture device when paired with political anxiety and chronic gout. So tonight, as you fluff your pillow or flip it to the cool side, think of those medieval mattresses, stuffed with feathers, straw, wool, or dreams, leaky, itchy, and alive. But still, they did the job. Mostly, just check for fleas before you lie down. You're not alone. And that's not a creepy whisper in the night. It's just the reality of sleep in the Middle Ages. Whether you were a field-stained peasant or a perfumed noble, you rarely slept solo. In fact, who you shared your bed with often said more about your life than the mattress beneath you ever could. Let's start in the peasant's house. It's night again. The hearth has been stoked, and the fire glows low, casting long shadows against the cracked plaster walls. You're lying on straw or a box bed tucked against the far wall. You shift slightly, and someone shifts with you. Your bedmate could be your sibling, or your child, or your entire family. Medieval peasant homes were, to put it kindly, open-plan living. No partitions, no kids' room. One bed or sleeping space had to accommodate many. Why? Because heat, because space, because that's how people lived. Privacy, in the modern sense, was a luxury. Sleep was communal, and bed sharing wasn't weird. It was expected. Brothers and sisters slept side by side well into their teens. Parents often shared with children. Even a visiting traveler might be offered a spot in the family bed, particularly in colder months when every human body was a valuable heat source. Now back to the castle. You might assume a king would sleep in silent solitude, swaddled in silk and flanked only by his own breath. But actually, noble beds could be as full as a peasant's, just in a different way. Royalty often slept beside their spouses. Yes, but also attendants, guards, or even honored guests. Sharing a bed was a sign of trust and status. In the 14th century, for example, young noblemen would sometimes sleep in the same bed as their liege lords or mentors, not for romance, but for bonding and protection. If you were invited to share a bed with a noble, it meant you were trusted or watched. And speaking of watched, privacy wasn't a royal perk. A monarch's bedchamber often doubled as a space for semi-public events. Royal births, for instance, were spectator events, with courtiers, midwives, and observers all present to verify that the heir really was born of the queen. Because nothing says, "Welcome to the world," like 50 people with clipboards watching you enter it. In large households, sleep arrangements followed a kind of social hierarchy. The master and mistress of the house had the main bed. Children, servants, and guests were tucked wherever there was space. Benches, trunks, pallets on the floor. Sometimes 2 or 3 people shared a mattress, not because they were close friends, but because it was cold and there were only so many sheepskins to go around. Now, for a fun and fuzzy twist, animals often shared your sleeping space, especially if you were a peasant. Chickens under the bed, a cat curled against your feet, a dog beside the fire. Animals provided warmth, companionship, and in some beliefs, protection. Some thought cats kept away spirits. Others just liked how warm a goat's flank felt against their leg at 3 a.m. Back in the castle, nobles were less likely to invite livestock into bed. But small dogs were frequent companions, especially among women. Lapdogs slept at their feet or under the covers. Beloved enough to be mentioned in wills, the Italian noblewoman Margherita d'Attini once wrote a letter worrying whether her little dog, Bianchina, was sleeping well in her absence. That's medieval pampering at its finest. Here's your quirky tidbit. In some medieval inns, it was entirely normal to share a bed with strangers. You'd arrive at an inn, pay for a bed spot, and be assigned a side. No curtains, no partitions, just you and a fellow traveler, probably snoring, possibly lice-ridden. Some accounts even mention people sleeping head to toe to avoid accidental intimacy. Efficiency at its most medieval. What's most fascinating is that people didn't find this arrangement awkward, at least not most of them. Cultural norms dictated that bed sharing was about practicality, not privacy. Sleep was a resource. Beds were expensive. Space was limited. Why waste either? And yet, people still found little ways to claim personal space in shared beds. Sleepers often created physical barriers using bundles of clothing, rope dividers, or strategically placed children. A sibling might roll to the edge and press their feet against the wall, while a mother curled protectively around her baby in the center. In religious communities, monks and nuns slept communally, too, but with specific rules. Beds were often separated by wooden panels or curtains, and silence was strictly observed. In some orders, monks even slept in their day clothes, ready to rise for midnight prayer. They weren't sleeping to relax. They were sleeping to serve God more efficiently. Historians still debate how people felt about bed sharing. Was it cozy, annoying, embarrassing? Probably a mix of all three. Personal diaries are rare for peasants, and noble records focus more on ceremony than sleep. But hints appear, jokes in plays, complaints in letters, the occasional mention of someone getting kicked in the shins by a dreaming cousin. So tonight, as you settle in alone, most likely, you're experiencing something most medieval people rarely had. A bed to yourself. No dogs, no siblings, no serfs watching the door. Just you, your blanket, and maybe your phone. But somewhere deep in history, your ancestors are rolling over and grumbling in their sleep. You know, because you just elbowed them. Dong. The sound echoes through the cloister, low and soft, rolling out over the sleeping world like a ripple on still water. You sit up in your wooden cot, blink in the dark, and begin to pray. Welcome to monastic life, where sleep is not a luxury, but a rhythm of devotion. Let's step inside the monastery now. The bells mark matins, the midnight prayer. It's cold, of course. Your breath fogs in the air as you slide from the narrow bed, feet slipping into wooden clogs or rough sandals. There's no complaining, no groaning, just quiet movement, the soft shuffling of other monks as they file out of the dormitory in single file. Heads bowed, robes brushing the stone floor. This is the Benedictine rule in action, a way of life followed by monastic communities across medieval Europe. According to Saint Benedict's 6th century guidelines, a monk's day was divided by bells, not clocks. Sleep was only one piece of a carefully timed puzzle. Prayer, labor, study, and silence all had their assigned hours. Monks typically slept in large, communal dormitories called dorter halls. These weren't lavish, just rows of simple wooden beds, or sometimes mats on raised platforms. Some monasteries allowed monks to sleep in their clothes. Others provided simple linen gowns. Either way, modesty, discipline, and minimalism ruled the night. And yes, they woke up multiple times per night. By design, matins was the most famous interruption. The night office, often around 2 or 3 m. Monks gathered in the cold chapel to chant psalms, recite scriptures, and contemplate eternity while the rest of the world slept. Then, they returned to bed for a few more hours before rising again for lauds at dawn. This was not an inconvenience. It was the point: to sleep lightly, to resist sloth, to practice vigilance in both soul and body. Some orders even slept sitting upright or with ropes across their chests to prevent full horizontal lounging. Sleep was necessary, yes, but too much of it was considered dangerous, a gateway to sin, idleness, or dreams too vivid for one's spiritual good. And now, a contrast. Step back into the secular world. Out in the village, you can still hear the monastery bell ringing faintly in the distance. A peasant may stir in their straw bed, briefly wondering the time. before drifting back into their segmented sleep. Bells were public timekeepers for the entire medieval community. In a world without personal clocks or watches, the monastery's chimes gave structure to everyone, rich and poor alike. In the castle, the bell might serve a different function, signaling the canon of hours, reminding noble households to pause for prayer, or, if you were of a particularly devout bent, to rise in the night and light a candle in solitary devotion. But more often than not, royalty was spared midnight rituals. Their prayers waited until morning, unless they had trouble sleeping. In which case, a personal priest might be summoned to read scripture softly until sleep returned. And what if you weren't noble or pious? What if you were a night watchman, a baker, a midwife, or a town crier? Then sleep came in snatches, stitched together between duties. Some professions in the Middle Ages operated by moonlight. Bakers began their work around midnight to ensure fresh loaves by morning. Night guards patrolled city walls, lighting torches and checking locks. Wet nurses rose with the cry of an infant not their own. Sleep wasn't linear. It bent around work and necessity. Here's your quirky detail. In certain towns, night walking was both feared and regulated. People wandering the streets at odd hours might be suspected of mischief, or worse, witchcraft. Curfews were enforced, and some places even had designated nightmen to patrol and shout the hours, ensuring that decent folk stayed in bed. Historians still puzzle over just how fragmented medieval sleep really was. Was it the norm across all regions and classes? Did peasants follow the same segmented patterns as monks? Did climate, season, or superstition play a bigger role than routine? The answers are murky. Diaries from the time are rare, especially from lower-class individuals. Much of what we know comes from legal documents, sermons, or medical texts, which means we're peeking at sleep through a keyhole, not flinging the door wide. But one thing's certain. For medieval people, the night was alive. It wasn't just a blank slate between dusk and dawn. It had texture, shape, duty, and sometimes even danger. Dreams were often considered messages. Nightmares could be omens. Saints were said to visit the faithful in sleep, but so too could demons, goblins, and malevolent spirits. Prayers before bed were more than habit. They were defenses. The bedtime prayer many children still recite today, "If I should die before I wake," has its roots in this medieval unease. Back in the monastery, the prayers have ended. The monks return to their cells, silent once more. Their cots creak softly as they settle in again, sleeves tucked, hands folded, minds already halfway to the next office of the day. And you, whether you're in the abbey or the alley, the bell has sounded, the moment has passed, and the silence is yours again. Close your eyes. There's still time for a little more sleep. You're restless, not because your straw mattress is poking you in the ribs, though it is, not because a mouse just skittered past your chamber pot, though it did. No, tonight, you're tossing and turning for another reason entirely. You're a noble, and something's gnawing at your brain that no featherbed can soften. Guilt, indigestion, and the low, nagging drum of political paranoia. Sleep for medieval royalty was not a reward. It was a risk. Let's begin with food. You didn't just eat dinner. You conquered it. A royal banquet could stretch on for hours, spanning dozens of dishes, Meats, pies, cheeses, pastries, stews, often heavily seasoned not for taste, but to hide the smell of dubious preservation. And you didn't hold back. You ate to prove status, to honor guests, and to appease your cooks, who were also potentially your poisoners. So when you finally collapsed into bed, your stomach wasn't thanking you. It was plotting revenge. The concept of digestion was central to medieval sleep philosophy. Physicians believed that the stomach had to cook the food before the body could rest. Lying down too soon after a meal could cause the vapors of undigested meats to rise to the brain, clouding thought and inviting nightmares. Hence the advice to walk slowly after supper or recline gently before fully lying down. Very elegant, very bloated. Here's a charming tidbit. One 15th century health manual advised drinking a syrup made of quince and rosewater before bed to settle the gut and sweeten the soul. Not bad advice, honestly. But food wasn't your only midnight burden. As a noble, your sleep was broken not just by gas, but by gossip. The court was a hotbed of shifting alliances, petty rivalries, and quiet betrayals. Who had the king's ear? Who whispered in the queen's bedchamber? What had the bishop really meant by that side-eye at supper? Even when you slept, you were being watched. Attendants were nearby. Spies could be among them. A letter could arrive before dawn. A cousin could arrive before dawn. With soldiers. Trust no one, especially not the guy who just offered to refill your wine for the third time. In this environment, sleep became a vulnerable act. Eyes closed, sword set aside. For 6 or 7 hours, you were utterly defenseless. Many nobles slept lightly, waking often, checking locks, or listening for movement. Some kept weapons nearby, daggers tucked under pillows or beside the bed. One French lord is said to have installed a trapdoor beneath his mattress, though that may be more legend than architectural record. Now step back for a moment. You're a peasant again. Same straw bed, same aching back. But your dreams? Simpler. You fear weather, not war. The harvest, not a hostile cousin. You fall asleep exhausted, and when you wake, it's from a rooster, not your own regret. Historians still argue whether medieval nobility truly suffered from chronic insomnia, or if the accounts we have are simply exaggerations from literary sources and worried clergy. But we know this much. Anxiety about status, sin, and survival didn't stop when the torches went out. And speaking of sin, medieval nobles were deeply religious. A restless night might not just mean indigestion or treachery. It could mean divine punishment. Dreams weren't just mental static, they were messages. A bad dream could send a lord scrambling for a priest the next morning, seeking absolution, alms, or both. Here's your quirky fact. There were entire medieval dream interpretation manuals, some over 300 pages long. Dreamed of fish? Good luck. Dreamed of falling? Trouble ahead. Dreamed of your teeth falling out? Death in the family. These books were read by nobles, monks, even educated merchants. Everyone wanted a peek at the secret messages of the sleeping brain. So imagine it now. You've eaten too much, drunk more than you should, and you're lying in a cold room full of shadows. The fire has died down. Your dogs are asleep. Your body aches from a recent hunt, and the letter from your sister in Normandy still lingers in your mind. She mentioned a change in inheritance law. Vaguely, you roll over. The bed is wide, but it feels smaller every time you try to relax. Your mind spins. You think of the bishop's smirk, of the steward's expense report, of that one knight who still hasn't sworn loyalty. You close your eyes, then open them again. Somewhere in the corridor, a board creaks. Sleep doesn't come quickly. Not for nobles. Not when you live a life where your own cousin might push you out a window over the rights to a minor orchard in Flanders. Meanwhile, in the peasant's cottage, someone just grunted in their sleep and shifted. A baby cries. A pig snuffles. But they'll be asleep again in seconds. Because when your life is simple, your sleep often is, too. And that might be the one thing even royalty couldn't buy. It starts with a flicker, a shape in the corner of your eye. Then the whisper of a name in your ear, though no one is there. You jolt awake, heart pounding beneath layers of wool. The glow from the hearth, now just a dull smear of red. Don't worry, it's just a dream. Or is it? Welcome to the strange, shadowy world of medieval dreams and nightmares, where every flicker of the subconscious was a potential message from the divine, the demonic, or the slightly spoiled venison you ate at dinner. Let's drift first into the world of the peasant. You're curled up on your straw mattress, your sister's elbow wedged in your ribs, the smell of sheep in the air. Your eyes flutter shut, and the dream begins. Maybe you see a tree, tall and silver, its branches reaching across a burning sky. Maybe your dead grandfather is standing in the doorway, smiling and holding a bucket of milk. Or maybe something darker, a shadowy creature perched on your chest, heavy, unmoving. This last one wasn't rare. In the Middle Ages, what we now know as sleep paralysis was explained through folklore. Across cultures, it had different names: the night hag, the Mara, the Alpnacht. A creature that came in the night and sat on your chest, stealing your breath and planting fear in your dreams. Peasants often responded to such episodes with ritual, a prayer before bed, a protective charm hung by the door. Some sewed herbs like mugwort or rue into their pillow to ward off night visitations. Others whispered blessings or made the sign of the cross before closing their eyes, just in case. Now, let's climb into the bed of a nobleman or noblewoman and dream with them for a moment. Their sleep, too, was filled with meaning. But in royal chambers, dreams were a political event. A strange vision might be interpreted by priests or physicians. Kings kept dream diaries. Queen Margaret of York reportedly had her dreams read by her confessor. A vivid vision of water, fire, or falling could lead to real decisions. Alliances formed, letters sent, land claimed or surrendered. Here's your quirky tidbit. One 13th century English noble claimed that a dream about a tree struck by lightning convinced him to cancel a duel. His opponents mocked him until the tree they were supposed to meet under actually was struck the day before their battle. Coincidence? Divine sign? Good PR? Historians still argue. The medieval world was steeped in symbolism, and dreams were no exception. They weren't random. They were coded messages. Falling teeth meant someone in the family would die. Flying meant spiritual awakening. A dream of muddy roads meant a betrayal was coming. Manuals like the Somnial Danielis circulated widely, offering full AZ interpretations for the average 13th century dreamer. But even when there wasn't time to consult a book, People turned to tradition. Dreams could be influenced by behavior. Too much meat, troubled dreams, slept with your feet uncovered, demons could find you easier, slept on your back, dangerous. Dreams became more vivid and possibly sinful. Side sleeping was the safest bet, especially on the right side. That's not just superstition. Even medieval medicine got involved. Physicians believed dreams were the result of vapors rising from the stomach during digestion, affecting the mind. You had to eat the right foods, avoid spicy meats or strong wine, and keep your bed linen clean. They were onto something with that last bit. Now back to our cottage, where the peasant is shifting, murmuring. A child nearby whimpers in her sleep. Maybe she's dreaming of saints, tiny figures with glowing hands and voices like bells. Children's dreams were often considered messages from God, and a particularly strange or peaceful vision might prompt the entire household to visit the local priest. Some took it further. Dreamers, especially those with regular, vivid visions, could be seen as touched by the divine. In a few cases, villagers would consult them, hoping their dreams offered insight into coming harvests, weather, or even illness. Not everyone trusted them, though. Dreamers could also be accused of heresy or witchcraft, depending on what they saw. And what of nightmares? They were feared. Nightmares weren't just uncomfortable. They were cosmic warnings. A noble who dreamt of blood might fear assassination. A monk who dreamt of a crumbling tower might pray for days. People didn't shrug off a bad dream. They tried to fix it through fasting, confession, alms, or acts of penance. In this world, sleep wasn't an escape. It was a portal. The line between waking and dreaming was thin, and what happened in your mind could ripple into your waking life. But despite all the fear and folklore, people still drifted into sleep each night, willingly. They feared what might come, but they believed in its meaning. And perhaps that belief made the darkness a little less lonely. Tonight, as you turn over beneath your modern duvet, you may dream of falling skies, or talking goats, or castles built on clouds. You might laugh in your sleep, you might cry, and maybe, just maybe, your medieval self is dreaming, too. After all, some things never change. You scratch your ankle. Again. It's the third time tonight, and you're beginning to suspect that the little tickle isn't just a wrinkle in your blanket. No, something's alive in there. Congratulations, you've got company. Tonight's story isn't just about dreams or drafty halls. It's about the less glamorous, itchier side of medieval sleep. Vermin, skin problems, and a good dose of superstitious dread. Let's get cozy. First up, bedbugs. Yes, they've been around forever. Long before they started haunting hotel reviews, they were burrowed into medieval mattresses, feather beds, great insulation. Also, a bug's paradise. Straw mattresses, crunchy, yes, but full of seams, holes, and places for insects to hide and multiply. And the worst part? You couldn't just call pest control. You had to fight them medieval style, smoke them out, sprinkle ashes or herbs between the sheets, or, my personal favorite, sleep fully clothed and hope for the best. Some people even burned the stuffing and refilled the mattress entirely. But that was expensive and usually reserved for when things got really bad or bitey. Here's your itchy tidbit. Some medieval texts recommend putting cold iron under the bed to repel crawling creatures and evil spirits. One guide advised hiding iron nails wrapped in nettle leaves beneath the mattress to ward off both bed bugs and witches. Efficient, if not comfortable. Now let's talk about boils. Yes, I'm sorry, but they were part of the bedtime routine too. Medieval hygiene wasn't exactly dermatology friendly. Poor water access, wool-on-skin friction, and infrequent bathing meant skin infections were commonplace. Peasants suffered most, but even royalty had flare-ups. There's evidence that King Henry IV of France had regular nighttime eruptions, which probably sounds fancier than it felt. People slept through it, or rather, with it, sore joints, skin ulcers, back pain from repetitive labor. No one had memory foam or ibuprofen. Remedies? Herbal poultices, prayers, or good old-fashioned ignoring it. Some people slept sitting up to avoid pressure on painful areas. Others just lived with the pain, night after night. Back in the peasant's cottage, the bedding doesn't help. It's itchy from the hay, which has gone flat and dusty. You've added a layer of wool, but it's scratchy, worn thin in the middle, and might have picked up a flea or two from the neighbor's cat. You can't wash your blanket often. It's your only one. So you shake it out at sunrise and hope no one nested in it overnight. In the castle, the nobility fared better, but only slightly. Their sheets were finer, sure, woven linen, sometimes embroidered, but cleanliness was still relative. Linens were laundered far less often than you'd expect. Some noble households washed bedding only once every few months. Add to that the layers of quilts, heavy curtains, and furs, and you've got a bed that was warmer than a peasant's, but also riper. And then there were the ghosts. No, not metaphorical ones, literal ones. Medieval people believed that sleeping alone made you vulnerable to spirits. That's one reason communal sleep was so common. Not just for warmth, but for spiritual safety. A ghost, demon, or banshee was less likely to visit a crowded bed. In parts of Ireland and Scotland, banshees were said to wail outside windows before death. People sometimes hung rowan branches above their beds to keep these spirits at bay. In Germany, you might keep a knife under your pillow to cut away nightmares. In Italy, an old superstition claimed sleeping with your mouth open could invite a spirit in. So people tied cloths around their jaws like ghostly sleep apnea patients. Historians still debate how seriously people took these beliefs. Some were devout. Others treated them like bedtime stories. Just enough belief to make you close the shutters a little tighter. But either way, the medieval bed wasn't just a place to rest. It was a battleground against bugs, boils, and the occasional poltergeist. Let's not forget lice, of course. They weren't just a schoolchild problem. They were everywhere. Lice combs have been found in medieval graves, often worn down from daily use. Some households kept vinegar near the bed to dab behind the ears before sleep, hoping to repel the little jumpers. Didn't always work. But hey, it smelled better than most things in the room. So why didn't people just clean more? They tried, but resources were limited. Soap was expensive and scratchy. Water was cold and possibly contaminated. Bedding was difficult to dry, especially in damp climates. Laundry, when it happened, was an all-day affair. Some towns had public wash houses, but most people did their best with what they had. Fleas, lice, and skin ailments were part of life. not a failure of it. Still, people coped, and often they joked about it. Medieval literature is full of sleepy little digs about flea feasts and beds that squeak like devils. One French peasant ballad from the 1400s opens with a man lamenting, "My mattress sings with more legs than I own." Relatable, even 600 years later. So, tonight, as you curl into your pristine, pest-free bed, take a moment of silent gratitude. No lice, no bed bugs, hopefully. No banshees scratching at the window, or boils ruining your side sleep posture. Just peace, warmth, silence. And if your foot itches, maybe. Don't scratch it right away. So, who really slept better? It's the question you've been silently asking through every lumpy mattress, every icy draft, every flea-infested blanket and courtly midnight conspiracy. Did the king, wrapped in embroidered linens with servants at his beck and call, drift peacefully into dreams? Or was it the peasant, curled beside the hearth on a straw pallet, snoring by sheer force of exhaustion? Tonight, let's weigh the scales. Let's start with the king. He had the edge, right? Feather beds, bed curtains, furs, warm drinks, attendants to tuck him in, literally. Physicians who could be summoned to prescribe sleep drafts or prayer remedies, and walls thick enough to muffle at least some of the howling wind. But comfort is more than thread count. The royal brain didn't shut off when the candles did. Behind every fur-lined coverlet was a racing mind. Tax disputes, succession problems, papal letters, a new bishop who gave you that look. And what did the cook mean by fresh goose liver? And then there's the paranoia. Being king was dangerous. You didn't just worry about wars. You worried about the people in the next room. Family members, rival nobles, ambitious pages. One whispered rumor, and suddenly, that beautiful bed looked like a trap. Now consider the peasant. No luxury, no privacy, no one to bring you warm milk or stroke your forehead with a lavender compress. But there was something else. Routine. Peasant life, though brutal, was grounded in rhythm. Wake with the sun, work until dark, eat simple meals, sleep when you're tired, repeat. That kind of regularity can lead to deeper, more restorative sleep, especially when your body is too sore to argue. And peasants weren't distracted by politics or poisoned puddings. They knew what tomorrow would bring. More of the same. In a world with few options, sometimes peace came from acceptance, not abundance. Let's also talk interruption. The king's sleep was frequently broken. Guards checking in, messengers arriving late, nighttime strategy whispers. Court life didn't end at sundown. It just changed costume. Candlelight politics, if you will. The peasant? His sleep might be disturbed by a hungry pig or a coughing child. But those interruptions were usually brief. And he didn't lie awake wondering if the Duchess of Aquitaine was plotting something nefarious. So who wins? Well, historians still argue about it. Some point to physical comfort and conclude that kings had the better sleep, at least in theory. Others argue that the simplicity, exhaustion, and regularity of peasant life made for deeper, healthier rest, not to mention fewer roast goose nightmares. One fascinating modern study tried to recreate peasant sleeping conditions: straw bedding, segmented sleep, natural light cues. Volunteers reported surprising comfort. Once their bodies adjusted, they fell into a kind of ancient sleep rhythm that felt strangely natural, even with the itchy blankets and lack of Netflix. But there's another layer here. Sleep expectations. A medieval king expected to be comfortable. So a cold chamber or stiff joint felt like an injustice. A peasant didn't expect luxury. He expected sore muscles and a draft. So when he did feel warmth or peace, it felt like a gift. Perception shaped experience. And let's not ignore gender. Noble women were often even more restricted in their sleep, wearing heavy bedgowns, monitored by ladies-in-waiting, and sometimes forced to rise for prayer or childbirth rituals with a full audience. Peasant women, meanwhile, slept wherever they could, on floors, beside cradles, sometimes sitting upright while nursing. Yet even among them, stories of sweet dreams and cozy moments appear in folk songs and oral history. Here's your quirky detail. Some medieval people believed a good night's sleep was a divine gift, but only if you'd earned it through moral behavior. A guilty conscience meant a restless night. So even the most luxurious bed couldn't protect you from what your own mind dragged beneath the blankets. And then there's the environment. The peasant's world was smaller, more natural. Quiet nights broken by owls. Not orchestra rehearsals or shouting couriers. He knew the dark, knew the cold, knew the rustling noises of mice, and knew which ones to ignore. His sleep may have been short, but it was rarely filled with expectation or disappointment. So, we return to our original question. Castle or stable? Featherbed or straw sack? Who slept better? You might say, it depends. On the season, the politics, the bedding, the bugs, the conscience, the cook, and of course, on the dreams. Because even the most golden canopy can't stop a nightmare, and even the humblest of cots can cradle a peaceful heart. Tonight, maybe the answer isn't which bed was better, but whose burdens were lighter. And if you've ever lain awake, counting your worries or reliving a regret, then you might understand why some medieval peasants, wrapped in itchy wool and huddled by a dying fire, might have slept more soundly than the man wearing a crown. It's almost morning now, not just in the story, but in your mind, too. That sleepy place between dreams and daylight, between history and here. The fires burn down, the last dream fades, and somewhere in the world, a rooster is clearing its throat. Let's ease into the final stretch of medieval night, where everything softens and settles before the sun breaks through the shutters. In the peasant's cottage, there's movement, a yawn, a creak, the shifting of limbs beneath a shared blanket. You turn slowly, groggy but not startled. The floor is cold, the thatch above you still holding the stars at bay. Someone coughs. Someone else stirs the embers, but no one speaks much. Mornings are gentle here, built on routine and half-light. For centuries, people in villages like this rose with the dawn, not before. Alarm clocks hadn't been invented yet, but the world itself woke you. Birds, livestock, the warmth slipping back into the earth. It was time, and everyone felt it. There was no panic, no rush, just a slow return to motion. Now zoom out to the castle. There, too. The day begins in layers. First, a servant nudges a log onto the fire. Then another draws back the bed curtains, carefully, as if waking royalty were an act of diplomacy. You blink in the half-light, buried under furs and brocade. It's cold, yes, but not unpleasant. The world feels manageable from under the covers. But soon, your titles will return, your worries, the endless chessboard of names and alliances. Breakfast won't be peaceful. It will be political. Still, for a few last moments, you're just a person in bed, groggy, mortal, real. And that's what makes this time, the final moments of sleep, so precious across class lines. For just a breath or two, kings and shepherds are the same, unarmored, half awake, still partly dreaming. Here's your quiet historical detail. Many medieval people believed that the moment between sleeping and waking was when the soul was closest to God. Some monks even structured prayers specifically for that first breath of morning awareness, a kind of holy jet lag. Others believed that dreams were carried out the window at sunrise, dispersed like fog. So early risers sometimes lingered in bed a little longer, just to hold on to what they'd seen. A saint's face, a vision of a lost loved one, a field of impossible flowers, gone by breakfast, but not forgotten. And whether you slept on straw or silk, those last few moments belonged to no one else. Not your Lord, not your labor, just you, drowsy, floating, free. So, as the chickens begin to cluck and hooves thump in the stable below, you sigh. You pull the blanket tighter one last time. Your toes find a warm spot. Your face presses deeper into the fabric, which still smells like smoke and herbs, and the final truth of medieval sleep drifts into you like morning mist. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough. And now, as the fire burns low and your eyelids grow heavier, let it all fade. Let the stone walls dissolve. Let the creaking straw and murmuring nobles drift into silence. The chickens, the bells, the footsteps of monks on cold floors. They can all rest now, too. Your bed is warm. Your room is quiet. You're not in a drafty cottage or a high tower anymore. You're here, wrapped in your own quiet, safe, still. No need to remember the flea bites, or the ghost stories, or how many people shared your pillow. You've traveled far tonight, across fields and feasts, through whispers and wool. You've slept among saints and peasants, queens and shepherds. You've touched the past, and now, it's time to let it go. Breathe deeply. Inhale the softness. Exhale the noise. Let the hum of your room replace the rustle of hay. Let the present fill the silence that history left behind. If your mind wanders, let it. If your body shifts, follow it. You've earned this rest. Not the royal kind, not the rustic kind, just yours. Sleep, like history, doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be gentle. So close your eyes. Let the candle go out. Let the room dim until even your thoughts soften at the edges. The story is over now, and the dreaming is yours. What would a leisurely day for a medieval peasant be like? Hey guys, tonight we're easing into the soft soil and scratchy linen of the Middle Ages. You're not a knight, not a queen, not even a squire. No, tonight, you're just you. A tired, slightly itchy peasant, waking up in a tiny thatched cottage with more straw in your hair than dreams in your head. The rooster's already crowed 3 times. He's early again, and you briefly fantasize about chicken soup before remembering he belongs to your neighbor. There's no alarm clock, just the cold. It's always cold. You open your eyes and blink at the crooked ceiling beams, watching dust drift lazily in a shaft of pale morning light. Outside, the fog hugs the ground like a guilty secret. Your feet find the dirt floor, numb, splintered, and as unwelcoming as the day ahead. You stretch. Bad idea. Something in your back cracks like a cartwheel over gravel. The straw mattress beneath you protests with a crunch, because it's not just straw. It's old straw, laced with forgotten crumbs, goat hair, and memories of spilled ale. You slept beside your family, your partner, 3 children, possibly an uncle, and definitely 2 chickens who slipped in sometime after midnight. Privacy? A myth? Personal space? A luxury reserved for saints and squirrels. You grab your wool tunic. It smells like smoke, sour milk, and centuries of sweat, but it's warmer than the air. So you tug it over your head. Lice? Probably. But there's no mirror, no soap, and honestly, no time. The sun is coming up, and you've got approximately 14 things to do before breakfast, none of which involve comfort or caffeine. The rooster crows again. That smug, feathered alarm clock knows you're awake now. You swing your legs out of bed, or at least attempt to. One lands in a wooden shoe. The other lands squarely in a cold puddle that wasn't there last night. Leaky roof? Spilled water jug. You're too sleepy to care. Your youngest is already sitting up, rubbing his eyes, muttering about goblins. You pat his head and hope it was just a dream and not a premonition. In this village, no one rules out goblins, not even the priest. There's a faint sound of movement outside. Someone's already walking to the well. Buckets clanking. Probably Marjorie. She always beats you to the cleanest water. You mutter her name like a curse under your breath and shuffle toward the door. The air hits you like a damp slap. It's not just cold, it's medieval cold. There's no central heating, no fluffy socks, no fleece-lined hoodies, just fog, dew, and a distant hope the sun will show up today. You breathe in the morning air. It tastes like chimney smoke, cow breath, and wet earth. Delicious. You're tempted to lie back down. But then you remember, today's not a feast day, not a market day, and definitely not a miracle day. Which means you've got work to do. Again, historians still argue whether most peasants truly hated their lives, or if they found comfort in the routine. You'd say it depends on the weather, the crops, and how many times the Lord has raised taxes that week. But one thing is certain. No one looked forward to sunrise. You step outside, and the first chicken you see is glaring at you. You're fairly certain it knows you were late feeding it yesterday. You try to ignore its judgment and head toward the shed. Inside, it smells like mildew, stale hay, and, yes, old onions. You grab your tools, all hand-carved and uneven. No one in the village owns a shiny blade. Not anymore. Your partner calls after you, asking if you remembered to fix the back fence. You didn't. But you grunt like you did. This is medieval marriage. Love is expressed in shared bread, mutual grumbling, and arguments over goat droppings. As you walk toward the field, a neighbor waves sleepily. He's missing a few teeth, but he always smiles like he's got extra. You wave back. It's a small village. You've known everyone here since birth, except the new girl from the next hamlet. She arrived last week with 3 pigs and mysterious herbs. People whisper, the morning light is rising, soft and golden, casting long shadows on the thatched rooftops and cracked fences. Despite the aches, the cold, and the general ugh of it all, There's something oddly peaceful in this moment. The stillness, the smell of damp earth, the familiar creak of your boots in mud. You exhale slowly. Another day begins. Another rooster lives. And you're still standing. Sort of, you step back inside. And there it is, the morning feast in all its glory. A crust of barley bread that's gone from rustic to weaponizable, half an onion, and a turnip so shriveled it looks like it holds a grudge. Your partner hands you the bread without a word. Love, in the medieval kitchen, is silent and starch-based. You sit on the edge of the hearth. It's still smoldering from last night's fire, just warm enough to make the ashes sigh. The hearth is the heart of your home, literally, since it's the only warm place, and you'd think it would be bigger. But no, it's barely large enough to heat stew and warm your toes. You nibble on the bread, carefully. You don't want to break a tooth before the day really gets going. The bread is tough, not in a comforting, crusty way. More like this was ground by hand using stones and sorrow, which, to be fair, it was. The flour is full of grit, accidental, but expected. Everyone has a theory on how to avoid chewing rocks. No one has succeeded. Historians agree that medieval bread was often adulterated with bark, beans, or whatever could bulk it out. There's even a documented case of someone using powdered animal bones. But yours is just flour and bad luck. Across from you, your eldest child is gnawing a corner of his piece like a determined squirrel. He's 6. Already knows not to ask for seconds. You reach for the turnip, last night's leftover, and give it a sniff. Still edible. Technically, you eat it cold. The flavors are complex, earthy, sour, and tinged with disappointment. Your partner offers you a sip from the communal cup. It's weak ale, or, as you like to call it, hydration with aspirations. Water is never just water. Wells are shared, and cleanliness isn't exactly medieval Europe's greatest pride. So ale it is, slightly bitter, slightly cloudy, always safer than dysentery. You drink, you grimace, you drink again. The chickens outside are screaming now, maybe for food, maybe for attention. Chickens are loud and dramatic and seem to have no regard for your digestion. You shove the last bite of bread in your mouth and sigh. Breakfast is over. You are exactly 3% full and 98% resigned. Your youngest spills a bit of ale trying to drink. You don't scold. It soaks into the dirt floor. The floor doesn't mind. There's a thud outside. Someone dropped something, or someone. You peek out. Just the cooper's apprentice tripping over his own bucket. Again. He's lanky and useless, and destined to marry well. Back inside, your partner's already rinsing the cup with a rag and yesterday's good intentions. There's no sink, no soap, just rhythm. The rhythm of rinse, wipe, dry, repeat. Medieval life is less about cleanliness and more about continuity. The germs can't be seen, so they don't always win the argument. You check your teeth with your tongue. One feels loose. You make a mental note to chew on the other side. Dentistry hasn't been invented yet, unless you count yanking with pliers and screaming into a wooden spoon. A fly buzzes near your head. You swipe. Miss. It lands on your bread plate. You give up. The fly wins. Your neighbor calls from outside, shouting something about his cow. Again, that cow is a menace, and possibly smarter than its owner. You promise to come have a look, which is peasant for maybe after I forget I promised. As the fire dies down, you huddle near it for a few more seconds, warming your fingers. You flex them, shake them out, and glance at the ceiling. Smoke stains spider out from the rafters. One section looks like a saint, or a pig, or both. Depends how tired you are. The house smells of old ash, sour milk, and wool. The wool is from the cloak hanging by the door, your one good cloak, woven by your aunt before she ran off with a traveling bard. That's a long story. Maybe tonight's fire tale. If the children behave, you stretch again, gently this time. You're going to need those limbs to last another few decades. No one retires here unless by sudden death or lucky blindness. Historians still argue whether the average peasant truly suffered daily starvation or merely seasonal discomfort. It's hard to define hunger when it's just part of the air. You're not starving, but you remember meat like a distant dream, like dragons or summer. A small, hopeful part of you wonders if the Lord Steward will pass out leftover stew today. You quickly silence that part. Hope is expensive. Hope leads to disappointment, and disappointment leads to drinking more weak ale. You wipe your hands on your tunic. Your partner is already gathering the morning tools. An old wooden pail, the lopsided ladle, a bundle of dry reeds. You kiss them on the forehead, which is less romance and more ritual. The fire is low now. The bread is gone. The cup is empty. But the day is waiting, and so are the animals. You step outside again, this time with purpose, or at least with the heavy knowledge that if you don't feed the animals soon, they'll riot. The morning mist has lifted just enough to reveal your small pen, the one you patched for the third time last week with a bundle of old twigs and a silent prayer. It's still mostly upright. You consider that a win. The chickens are already out, pacing like they've got appointments. They cluck with urgency, each one convinced it deserves to eat first. You scatter a handful of cracked barley, watching the little feathered tornadoes descend. They peck like it's a gladiator match. One slips on mud, recovers with pride, and fluffs its feathers at you. You feel judged. Again, you turn to the goat, old Matilda, who's bleeding with theatrical flair. She has opinions and expresses them freely. You duck into the lean-to where the feed is kept. It smells like damp hay, stale oats, and mouse droppings. You scoop a handful and pour it into her trough. She glares at you for a beat too long before grudgingly chewing. You begin the milking. She stomps once in protest, but settles. Your hands are cold, and she knows it. The rhythm is slow, uneven, and slightly awkward, like trying to learn a medieval dance from someone who speaks in riddles. But eventually, the tin pail echoes with the splash of milk. Not much, but enough. Historians note that goats were often more valuable than cows in peasant households, easier to feed, easier to house, and less likely to trample your foot when startled by a passing squirrel. You finish milking and pat Matilda's side. She ignores you. Emotional distance is part of her charm. Next up, the pig. You dread the pig. His name is Reginald, though no one calls him that out loud anymore. He's massive, muddy, and looks like he once ate a fence post on a dare. He snorts as you approach, then oinks with a force that stirs leaves in nearby trees. You drop kitchen scraps into his trough and step back quickly. He descends like a pink, bristly thunderstorm. You sigh. That's the most enthusiasm you've seen all week. You lean against the fence and take a moment. The sun is rising higher now, burning off the mist and revealing the modest chaos of your world. Crooked sheds, leaning fences, tools that have more splinters than handles, and animals that seem increasingly self-aware. You spot your neighbor, Old Tom, trying to coax his geese back into their pen using a stick and what appears to be sheer panic. He nods at you. You nod back. That's the extent of morning pleasantries, mutual acknowledgement that the animals are winning. Back inside the shed, you fetch a handful of straw to replace what the chickens have trampled overnight. One egg, maybe two, is waiting beneath a hen. You pocket them gently, feeling like you've just pulled off a tiny heist. The eggs are warm. You resist the urge to cradle them like treasure. Your hands smell of hay and goat and something you can't quite identify but will absolutely not mention. You wipe them on your tunic. Again, that poor tunic. It's seen things. The children have wandered outside now. One is trying to climb a fence. The other is trying to talk to a duck. You smile, then quickly frown, because smiling wastes energy and invites questions. They'll help with chores soon, or at least pretend to. You gather the pail of milk and the precious eggs and head back inside. The hearth is still glowing faintly. You place the milk near the warmth to separate later. Cream floats. And if you're lucky, maybe there'll be enough for a dab of butter by week's end. Butter is a luxury. Butter is hope. Churned slowly. Historians still argue how much autonomy peasants had in their daily rhythms. While the Lord owned the land and claimed a portion of everything, some families carved out small freedoms, an extra hen, a hidden row of onions, or a few minutes of stillness before noon. You sit for a breath, just a short one, because that's all the day allows. Your partner is mending a sock by the hearth with a needle that bends slightly left. The sock isn't even yours, but you'll wear it anyway. The baby is fussing now. You pick them up, bounce them slightly, whisper nonsense into their ear. They giggle. You smell their head. It smells like straw, milk, and tiny miracles. You kiss it. They grab your nose. Balance is restored. You glance outside again. The goat is staring, unblinking. You shut the door. Now comes the hardest part of the morning, pretending the animals are satisfied, that your back isn't already stiff, and that maybe, just maybe, the turnip you hid in the back shelf hasn't gone squishy. You exhale deeply and stretch once more. The day is still young. Your chores are still long. And your pig is definitely planning something. But for now, the animals are fed, the milk didn't spill, and you avoided slipping on chicken droppings. You call that a victory. You step out onto the dirt path that leads to your Lord's fields, the communal stretch of farmland that every able-bodied peasant trudges toward day after day, like a parade of itchy ghosts. Your hands still smell faintly of goat and ash. Your tunic is riding up in the back again, and you can already hear someone ahead swearing at a stubborn ox. Classic start. The sky is bluish, with a light breeze carrying the scent of tilled soil, manure, and the faint hope of not being yelled at today. Your path winds past the old stone wall that marks the manor boundary, a crooked line between yours and theirs. On your side, mud, potatoes, and the occasional curse on theirs. Roses, beeswax candles, and guiltless naps. Today's chore? Plowing. Again, you're not the only one on the field. A few neighbors are already here, bent at odd angles, muttering to themselves, trying to coax ancient tools into doing something useful. Someone waves at you with a hoe. You wave back with your least muddy hand. Your tool is a wooden plowshare, half-eaten by time and beetles, drawn by an ox who, to be fair, has the work ethic of a sleepy log. His name is Gerbert. You suspect he loathes you. You gently pat his flank, and he swats you with his tail in return. You take that as consent to begin. You grip the handles of the plow. It lurches forward, slightly to the left, as if determined to carve its own artistic path through the earth. Gerbert trudges ahead, chewing as he goes, clearly unbothered by the chaos he leaves behind. The plow slices through soil. Well, more like nudges it with effort. Still, it's progress. Historians have noted that many peasants worked on strips of land allocated by the manor, often non-contiguous and rotated yearly. That meant one season you might work beside a cheerful neighbor, and the next, a man who mutters about crows being spies. You hit a rock. Hard. The plow jolts. You grunt. Gerbert doesn't stop. You nearly faceplant into the furrow. A nearby boy giggles. You give him a look. He pretends to hoe harder. You resume. Each pass takes 10 times longer than you'd like. Your hands are raw. Your back is beginning to stage a protest. You wonder, briefly, if you could fake a twisted ankle. But then you remember the steward doesn't believe in injury unless you're bleeding from both ears. You pause to breathe, resting your foot on a mound of soil. A worm peeks out. You stare at it. It stares back. You nod. It retreats. Mutual respect achieved. Your partner joins you after a while, pulling weeds from the vegetable strip at the edge of the field. You exchange brief words about how terrible this is and how tomorrow will probably be worse. This is romance now. You hear the faint tolling of a bell from the manor chapel. It's not for you. Of course, it's probably time for the Lord's second breakfast, or third prayer, or possibly just a reminder to admire his own reflection. You shake your head, a bit bitterly. Yes. And still, the plowing continues. Historians still debate whether serfs truly felt tied to the land emotionally or merely contractually. You're fairly certain it's both. The land knows your name, your sweat, your curses. It responds with occasional potatoes and frequent blisters. By mid-morning, your shoulders are sore, your hands coated in soil, and your nose is running. You wipe it on your sleeve because it's convenient, and you're too tired to care. You switch hands on the plow and try a new angle. Gerbert pauses dramatically, then continues chewing with the energy of a monk in a trance. You glance around. The old widow, Marla, is tending her herb patch at the edge of the field. She claims rosemary keeps away bad spirits and dishonest stewards. You nod at her. She nods back. The field is strangely silent, save for the occasional grunt, creak of wood, or sneeze. And then, a breeze, a blessed soft breeze. You close your eyes and let it kiss your face. You could fall asleep right here. Right now, on your feet, you've done it before. The sun filters through patchy clouds, and for a brief moment, the world feels bearable. You whisper to Gerbert, "One more row," then we pause. He doesn't reply. He's chewing the same blade of grass he's had since Tuesday. But he keeps walking. The row is crooked. The furrow is shallow. But it's done. You straighten, wincing slightly. You stretch your arms, and something in your neck pops like a damp twig. You squint up at the sun. Maybe time for a break. Maybe not. Time doesn't matter much here. Just hunger and shadows. You pull out a strip of dried root to chew on. Flavor. Wood. With notes of regret. You savor it anyway. It's something. You lean against a fence post. Gerbert does the same. You two are more alike than you'd care to admit. You take a moment to scan the fields. Others bending, planting, fixing, sighing. Life here is endlessly repetitive, but weirdly communal. You know everyone's stride, everyone's cough, everyone's limp. It's like a big dysfunctional family, bound not by love, but by taxes and mud. You smile faintly, not because you're happy, but because you didn't fall into the trench today. Yet, the sun is climbing, high enough now to sting your eyes when you look up. So you stop looking up. You stretch your back, not because it helps, but because it feels defiant. Gerbert, the ox, has wandered off a few steps and is now chewing a bush that probably belongs to someone important. You decide not to tell him. Let him live his best life. It's midday, or close enough. There's no clock, but your stomach is staging a quiet rebellion, and your hands are beginning to shake. You lean on the plow, brush some dirt off your tunic, and scan the horizon. There's a clump of trees at the field's edge, your usual break spot. Shade, quiet, a place to chew and sigh in peace. You guide Gerbert over, tie him loosely to a branch, and drop to the grass like a sack of grain. It's not soft, but it's not a furrow. And that's what matters. The breeze is kind. A bird chirps. Somewhere. A dog barks at absolutely nothing. You pull out your meal, which is really more of a collection of edible memories. A hunk of cheese with more holes than substance. Yesterday's bread crust that could stun a burglar. And a pear that has seen better days, possibly in a different century. You eat slowly, savoring each bite like it's your last, mostly because you want to draw this break out as long as possible. The cheese is sharp and crumbly, the bread, still bread, and the pear, to your surprise, is almost sweet. You lick the juice from your fingers and pretend you're a noble, reclining in a garden, sipping wine and pondering poetry. Then a beetle lands in your lap, and the illusion dies. Historians often paint peasant meals as monotonous and meager, and they're not wrong. But there's something oddly comforting about predictability. You always know what you're eating. The surprises come from texture, not ingredients. You lie back against the tree trunk. The bark digs into your shoulder. But it's fine. It's real. You let your eyes drift shut for just a moment, listening to the soft rustle of wind through leaves, the creak of a distant cartwheel, the occasional sneeze from a neighbor allergic to hay and honesty. You doze, briefly. Not quite asleep, not quite awake, just floating in the midday haze where your dreams mingle with memories. You think about your partner, probably mending something back at the cottage. You think about your children, and whether the duck finally spoke back to one of them. You think about stew, and if tonight's version will have carrots or disappointment as the main flavor. You're not alone under the trees. A few others are taking their rest as well. One man is sharpening a hoe. Another is sketching something in the dirt with a stick, maybe a saint, maybe a duck. Hard to tell. An older woman is knitting something beige and unreadable. You nod at them. No one speaks. Break time is sacred. Words cost energy. You pull out a water skin, mostly ale, of course, and take a long, slow sip. Warm, slightly fizzy, possibly fermented twice. You swish it in your mouth like a fine vintage and swallow with a sigh. It'll do. Historians still debate how often peasants had moments like this. Real, slow, unscheduled rest. Many argue that feast days and holy days provided plenty of pause, while others suggest work was constant, with barely a chance to sit. You suspect the truth is somewhere in between. You take what you can, when you can, and hold on to it like gold. A bee buzzes by your ear. You flinch. It ignores you. You consider that a personal victory. You toss a crumb to a nearby bird. It hops closer, considers you, then flits away with the crumb and your approval. Time passes strangely here. There are no bells to ring you back to duty. No horns or shift whistles. Just shadows that creep longer and stomachs that complain louder. You know you should return to the field. But the tree is kind, the shade gentle, and the cheese still lingers on your tongue like a small miracle. You sigh, deeply. The kind of sigh that carries the weight of dirt, debt, and dreams deferred. You push yourself upright, brush leaves from your back, and pat Gerbert on the head. He blinks slowly, like a philosopher or a cow with nothing to prove. You tuck the empty cloth back into your satchel. The crusts, the rind, the pear core, all gone. Not a feast, but not a famine. You stand. Your knees creak. Your spine protests. You give both a stern glare. They quiet down. You take one last look at the shade you're leaving behind. It was never yours to keep, but for a while, it felt like it. And that's enough. Time to return to the furrows. As you make your way back across the fields, your pace slows, not because you're lazy, of course, but because the path just feels longer after food. And also because there's a small gathering at the village well. Naturally, you drift toward it, slowly, casually, as if you had business there, which, technically, you might invent once you arrive. The well is the unofficial town square, even though it's not square, and nothing about it is particularly grand. Just a rough stone ring, a creaky pulley, and a wooden bucket that leaks only when you truly need it not to. But it's where news is shared, gossip is hatched, and complaints are exchanged like currency. Today, 3 women are gathered there, buckets in hand, scarves tight against the sun. One is Marjorie. Yes, that Marjorie, the one who always gets the cleanest water and who, by some dark medieval magic, never has mud on her apron. You approach as she finishes a sentence you didn't hear, but can immediately tell was juicy. She nods at you with the polite frost of a woman who absolutely just finished talking about your fence. Water's low today, she mutters, which is villager code for, I don't trust you with the real story yet. You nod solemnly and peer into the well. Water's fine. She just needed a sentence to say while judging your shoes. One of the younger girls giggles into her sleeve and whispers something about old widow Anne's goat wearing flowers again. You raise an eyebrow. Apparently. The goat wandered into someone's garden and came out with a full floral crown. It's the most exciting thing that's happened all week. There is, however, an unspoken rule: never appear too amused. So you snort lightly and look away. A man walks past with a wheelbarrow full of kindling and offers a grim nod. You give him the standard peasant upward chin lift, which roughly translates to, "We survive another day, my liege." The well water takes its time. The pulley squeaks in protest as the bucket ascends. When it arrives, you see what looks like a frog staring up at you from inside. It blinks. You blink. Mutual awkwardness. You let it be. Historians often gloss over just how vital wells were, not just for water, but for social life. People met partners here, traded herbs, even plotted minor rebellions or deeply passive-aggressive pie contests. The well is the center of gravity, and today it's tugging hard. A loud grunt breaks the calm. Around the corner, old Thomas is trying to carry a sack of grain that clearly weighs more than he does. He wheezes, wobbles, and finally drops it, dramatically, near a crate of onions. Everyone turns to watch. No one helps. Helping would mean ending the show. "Too many turnips, not enough sons," he mutters. You reply, "That's what my uncle said before the mule kicked him." There's a short pause, then chuckles. Peasant humor is dry, a bit morbid, and always rooted in bodily injury. Marjorie shifts her weight and lowers her voice. They say someone saw a tax clerk riding into the next village. You freeze. This is serious. "What for?" you ask, trying to sound casual, but bracing for another coin to vanish from your life. "No one knows," she replies. "But when do they ever bring good news?" You all collectively sigh. The medieval version of a community hug. Taxes are inevitable. Clerks are worse than wolves. At least wolves make eye contact. As you wait your turn, a rooster wanders into the circle, possibly Marjorie's, possibly no one's. He scratches at the ground with the self-importance of royalty. The women ignore him. You do not. He is, after all, your sworn rival. You fill your bucket and let the cold splash over your fingers. It feels almost magical. Clean, chill, and slightly metallic. You take a sip. Not delicious, but not dysentery either. A victory. Historians still argue whether village wells were community spaces or contested resources. It's both. One day you laugh here. The next, someone curses your bucket for splashing their ankle. Today, peaceful. Tomorrow, who knows? Someone mentions the tanner's wife has started selling soap made from rosemary and pig fat. Another scoffs, "Who has rosemary to waste?" A third whispers that it doesn't even lather, just makes you smell like stewed meat. You pocket this information. Maybe it'll be useful. Maybe not. That's the game. A cart rumbles past on the road above, pulled by two shaggy oxen and driven by a boy who's clearly pretending to be awake. He waves. No one waves back. It's not that kind of village. You hoist your bucket. It leaks a little. Your hand is wet. Your arm is tired, but your heart is a bit lighter. You've heard the rumors, made the rounds, and weren't roasted alive in conversation. That's a win. As you head back toward the cottage, someone shouts after you. "Tell your pig to stop digging in my cabbage," you shout back. "Tell your cabbage to stop tempting my pig." Laughter echoes behind you. You grin, just slightly. The well gives water, but it also gives mood. You reach your cottage just as the sun shifts behind a cloud, casting everything in that soft, muted gray that makes the day feel suddenly quieter. You set the leaking bucket down by the door and glance around your humble domain. The fence is sagging again. Of course it is. And a corner of the roof seems to be conspiring with gravity. You sigh, loudly, maybe loud enough that the cottage feels guilty. There's no such thing as done in a peasant's home. The moment you finish one chore, 5 others raise their grubby little hands and demand attention. So, you pick the least horrible one. Today, it's the fence. You grab a hammer that's more splinters than handle, a few bent nails, and the same plank you've reattached 3 times. The plank greets you like an old enemy. You brace it with your knee, mutter a prayer to whichever saint handles carpentry, probably Joseph, though you suspect he's booked solid, and swing. Clang. Missed. Clang. Bent the nail. Clang. Success. You shake your hand. Not from pride, from the shock of hitting actual wood and not your thumb. Historians still argue whether medieval peasants were truly handy or just good at pretending things weren't broken. Based on your personal experience, the answer is yes. A neighbor strolls by, pretending not to watch you struggle. You pretend you don't notice. This is the dance. Everyone knows everyone's repairs are terrible, but no one says it aloud, unless they're in a mood, or drunk, or Marjorie. Once the plank is secure, meaning it won't fall today, you turn to the next task. Your shirt. It has a hole the size of your modesty right under the arm, and the stitching started to unravel like a bored snake. You sit by the doorway, thread a needle, eventually, and begin patching. The sun warms your legs as you sew. Chickens peck lazily nearby. A dog barks in the distance. It's almost peaceful, until your needle pricks your thumb and you curse under your breath. The needle, being an inanimate object, offers no apology. You wipe the blood on your tunic. Again. That tunic is practically a diary at this point. Your partner appears with a basket of laundry that looks twice its actual size due to dampness and despair. They nod toward the back of the cottage where the line stretches between 2 posts. You sigh and rise, again, and help hang the clothes. Shirts that resemble flags of surrender, socks with dreams, and undergarments so humble they might qualify as religious relics. The wind picks up, flapping a pair of trousers in your face. You swat them gently. Not today. Satan, you murmur. The dog that belongs to no one, and therefore everyone, wanders over. You scratch behind its ears. It sighs. You sigh. You're both deeply overqualified for this life. Next up, checking the roof. You climb the old crate that's become your unofficial ladder, peeking at the thatching. One reed bundle has slipped again, letting in rain, light, and judgment. You tuck it back in with fingers that were not built for precision. The reed resists. You insist. It gives. Small victories feel enormous when you're 50 feet from success and 3 inches from falling into a chicken. Historians still debate whether cottages were truly drafty, or if that's just modern bias. You have strong opinions. Most of them involve wind sneaking through every crack like it pays rent. You climb down, proud and slightly scratched. Your partner hands you a mug of warm broth. It's thin, basically tea made of vegetable memories, but it's hot, and that's enough. You sip. Your hands stop shaking. You remember to breathe. inside. The baby's asleep in a basket. One arm flopped dramatically over the edge like a noble fainting on a chaise lounge. You smile. Then you notice the older kids have painted the wall with charcoal and some unknown substance. You make a note to ask. Later. Maybe never. You step back outside. The sky is beginning to turn that slow, syrupy gold that signals the day's winding down. But there's still more to do. Always more. You fetch the broom. It's barely bristles at this point. More suggestion than tool. Still, you sweep the entryway. Not because it needs it, but because it gives your hands something to do while your mind wanders. What would you do if you had a whole day off? A whole week? Travel to the next village? Sleep till the rooster gave up? Eat a second helping of stew without guilt? Luxuries. All. A crow lands nearby, cocks its head, and lets out a squawk that sounds suspiciously like sarcasm. You throw it a crust. It glares at you, takes the crust, and leaves. You feel emotionally manipulated. You return to your mending, stitching slowly now, each pass of the needle oddly meditative. The sky turns more golden. Your partner hums softly while folding linen. You hum along, a lullaby for the hands, not the heart. And then, silence, not the scary, something is wrong silence, just stillness, the kind that creeps in when you're not paying attention. You exhale, your hands pause, your eyes close. For a moment, there is no fence, no pigs, no tax collectors on the horizon, just you. The soft sound of wind through drying shirts, and a sky made of melted gold. The stillness is broken by a distant bell, soft, metallic, and just slightly off-key. It rings from the little chapel near the manor, echoing faintly across the fields, like a gentle reminder from the heavens. You tilt your head, counting the chimes. 7, no, 8. Doesn't matter. Time in the village flows like soup, slow, often unclear, and full of odd chunks. You glance toward the road. A few villagers are already starting to shuffle toward the chapel. Some go out of habit, some out of fear, and some simply because it's the only indoor place with a roof that doesn't leak. You wipe your hands on your tunic, again, and call inside to your partner. It's a saint's day, you say. They shrug. Which one? You shrug back. The one with the fish? Or the one with the torch? Maybe both. Historians have tried to untangle the medieval calendar of saints, feast days, half-holidays, fasting days, and don't plow or you'll be smote days. Most agree that the average peasant only truly remembered the important ones. Harvest festivals, solstices, and that one where you got pie. The rest? You just followed the crowd. You don't always make it to the chapel. But today, the mood feels right. There's something comforting in the routine. The shuffling, the mumbling, the smell of old stone and beeswax. Plus, you heard there might be bread afterward. As you walk, you notice others joining the quiet procession. There's Beatrice with her brood of 7, trailing behind like slightly grumpy ducklings. There's old Ivo, wearing his special cloak, the one with only one hole. Even the steward's sullen son is there, hands in pockets, humming something off-key. You reach the chapel. It's small, crooked, and perpetually damp. But it has candles, and someone swept last week, and that's enough. You slip inside. The air smells of wax, smoke, damp linen, and something vaguely herby. Probably Marla's blessing bundle she insists on hiding in the rafters. The priest is already speaking. He's youngish, wears robes slightly too long, and always looks like he just lost a bet. Today's sermon is about St. Ulrich, or maybe St. Beryl. Hard to tell. The accent's thick, and the acoustics aren't doing him any favors. You stand for a while, then kneel on the woven mat that hasn't been cleaned since the last good harvest. It scratches your knees, and the smell of mold is mildly invigorating. Still, you listen. Bits and pieces float in. The value of patience. Don't envy your neighbor's goat. Even St. Ulrich had blisters. You nod. Solemnly. You can relate. The priest lifts a bowl of water and splashes it toward the crowd. A few children squeal. One old man ducks. It's not holy water, unless it gets in your eye. You blink it off and murmur a half-hearted Amen. After the sermon, the chapel empties slowly, like mud draining from a cracked pot. You linger near the back, watching a beam of sunlight cut through a high window. Dust floats inside it like tiny dancers, swirling for no one. You close your eyes. Historians still argue whether religion for peasants was deeply felt or simply habit. Most likely, it was both. A source of hope, a source of fear, a way to make sense of frost, plague, and goats that give no milk. Outside, someone's laid out a tray of coarse bread and a bowl of boiled peas. You eat the bread, dry, but generous. You let the peas go. One of them blinks at you. You're not ready for that. You sit on a bench near the chapel wall. Nearby, two women discuss whether the next Saint's Day is a working one. One insists it is. The other swears she saw a dream of St. Bridget spinning flax in her sleep, which obviously means a rest day. You say nothing. You're just here for the vibes. A boy kicks a pine cone across the square. It lands near a goat, who steps on it deliberately. The goat wins. Always. You head home slowly, full of stale bread and vague virtue. The breeze is picking up. The clouds are thin, stretched across the sky like wool being carded. You feel calm, or maybe it's just digestion. The children are back in the yard when you return, stacking rocks and arguing about dragons. One of them claims to have seen smoke in the woods. The others say it was just Tom burning weeds again. Either way, you promise to look into it later, which in medieval parenting means never, unless something explodes. You step inside, shrug off your cloak, and let your shoulders drop. The room is quiet. The hearth is lit again. Low, steady, warm. Your partner hands you a mug of water that smells slightly of iron and pond. You sip it gratefully. The rest of the day stretches before you. Still chores to do. Still things to patch, clean, mend, and worry over. But for now, there's quiet and warmth and the faint scent of someone's holy herb bundle still stuck in your hair. You'll take it as the sun begins to droop ever so slightly in the sky. You know what time it is? Not officially. There's no bell for this. No chart or hourglass. But your body knows. It's stew time. The scent in the air says so, too. Faint, earthy, vaguely familiar. Possibly turnip. Possibly fear. You and your partner convene by the hearth. The pot's already swinging gently over the fire, suspended on a creaky iron hook that makes a noise like it's asking to be retired. The broth inside is bubbling like a secret. You peek in. The color is beige-ish, That's good. Brownish is better. Greenish? Suspicious. This is in the acceptable range. You toss in a bit of cabbage, the last of it. It's not so much fresh as not obviously rotting. That's the standard. Into the pot it goes, along with some wilted herbs and the chunk of questionable meat old Ivo gave you in exchange for helping him fix his fence. He didn't say what it was. You didn't ask. That's medieval etiquette. A child appears, nose first, drawn by the scent of possible calories. They ask what's in the pot. You pause, consider the honest answer, and instead say, magic. They accept this without question. Medieval children are pragmatic dreamers. You stir the stew. The ladle creaks as it turns through thick liquid, and steam fogs up your face. You take a deep breath. It smells of effort, of earth, of 3-day-old onion. It smells like home. Historians agree stew was the backbone of the peasant diet because it could be stretched, reused, and reinvented endlessly. Some called it perpetual stew, simmered for days, ingredients added whenever available. In your case, that means anything not nailed down or actively fleeing. A neighbor knocks gently and peeks in. It's Tom, holding a single carrot like it's made of gold. He asks if he can toss it in. You nod. He grins, and the carrot joins the cauldron. Community stew is sacred. No one leaves hungry, and no one asks whose meat that was. While the stew simmers, you fetch bowls. They don't match. One's cracked. One has a small face carved into it for reasons no one remembers, and one is just a hollowed gourd. You ladle stew carefully, avoiding the largest bones and whatever that floating thing is. You decide it's a root. It might be a toe. Everyone gathers around the hearth. Your partner, the kids, a neighbor or two. And yes, Matilda the goat has snuck inside again. She stares at the pot with hunger and judgment. You nudge her gently with your foot. She nudges back, harder. You all eat in near silence, not because you're formal, but because everyone's too focused on fishing the good bits out first. There's a turnip chunk. Someone grabs it. A bean. Gone in a blink. A mysterious shred of meat. The oldest child claims it like a medieval treasure chest. You chew slowly. The broth is salty, a little sweet, a bit sour. It tastes like everything you've done today and everything you'll do tomorrow. It tastes like survival, which is, surprisingly, not bad. Someone jokes about the time the stew turned blue. Everyone laughs, lightly. The mood is mellow. The fire flickers gently. Outside, the sky is deepening to that soft blue-gray of early evening, and smoke from nearby chimneys curls upward like sleepy thoughts. You go for seconds. Everyone does. No one pretends they're full. You scrape the bottom of the pot, catching a bit of something crispy. You don't question it. Crunch adds texture. Matilda makes a move toward the pot. You block her with a bowl. She glares at you, then settles down by the fire, sighing dramatically. You roll your eyes. She always wins the moral high ground. Historians still argue whether meat was truly rare in peasant homes, or just rarer than nobles claimed. For you, it's like a surprise cameo in your own life. Brief, exciting, and immediately devoured. After the meal, the bowls are stacked and wiped with crusts of bread. Nothing is wasted. Even the scraps go to the pig. Reginald accepts them with a snort of approval you find deeply unearned. Your partner pats your shoulder and murmurs something about the stew being especially stew-like. That's high praise. You beam. As the fire dies lower, the room takes on a golden glow. The pot is empty. Your stomach is full-ish. The kids are leaning against each other, sleepy from food and firelight. You watch them, your heart warming even more than your hands. This is the best part of the day, the moment after the meal, when work is done, mostly, and the world feels briefly, softly, still. No more hammering, no more plowing, no more chasing ducks that aren't yours. Just the gentle clink of a spoon, the whisper of the wind outside, and the occasional goat fart. Peace, with bellies filled and limbs stretched out around the fire. The day slowly begins to fold itself into night. The room is dim now, lit by a few fat candles and the glowing coals in the hearth. Shadows play gently along the rough wooden beams overhead. You lean back against the wall, your bones creaking in quiet rebellion. And now, it's time for the real evening entertainment. Story time. Not the fancy kind with parchment and ink. This is the passed down kind. My grandmother heard this from a baker who once met a knight who may have seen a dragon kind. The best kind. You clear your throat, and a hush falls over the room. Even the children stop poking each other with sticks scavenged from kindling. Your partner shoots you a half smile. The floor is yours. So, you begin? You ever hear about the ghost of the turnip field? One child gasps. Another rolls their eyes but leans in anyway. You spin the tale slowly, letting your voice drop to that delicious whispery tone reserved only for legends. It's about a farmer who planted turnips during a solar eclipse, and now, every spring, a pale hand rises from the soil asking for salt. No one knows why. Probably poor seasoning. The kids shiver. The adults smirk. Even Matilda the goat blinks at you with the kind of suspicious reverence usually reserved for minor saints. Someone else takes a turn next. Old Marla, of course. She always sits nearest the fire. Her fingers knotted with age, and her voice cracked like old pottery. She tells a story about a knight who challenged a rooster to a duel. The rooster won. The knight retired, became a cobbler. Everyone laughs, softly. Laughter here is never loud. It's the tired, grateful kind. The kind that trickles out of you like warm broth after a long day. Historians say that oral storytelling was the main form of both entertainment and education for peasants. You say, of course it was. No books, no time, no patience for Latin. But stories. Everyone has time for those. A younger boy stands up, jittery with energy. He insists on telling his own story. It has a dragon, a cheese wheel, and possibly a wizard's sock. It makes no sense. It is excellent. The fire pops softly, throwing sparks that dance upward and vanish into the blackening rafters. The smell of stew still lingers in the air, mingling with candle wax, wool, and the faint, earthy musk of everyone who lives here, including, yes, the goat. You lean against your partner and close your eyes for a moment, letting the voices wash over you. This is peace in the peasant world, not silence, but softness, not stillness, but slow motion. Another story begins. This one involves Saint Eustace, a pig that could predict the weather, and something vaguely blasphemous involving cheese. You drift in and out of the tale, your mind fluttering like the shadow of a bird. You don't need to catch every word. The rhythm is what matters. Outside, a breeze sighs against the shutter. The dog snuffles in its sleep. Somewhere, a rooster makes a confused cluck. He's still working through something, emotionally. One of the kids asks, "Do you think the king tells stories by his fire?" You all pause. Then someone mutters, "Only about taxes." Another says, "His pig probably doesn't live inside." The group chuckles. You nod solemnly. Bet his stew's bland. And just like that, you return to your little world. Humble, crowded, slightly smoky, and entirely yours. You hand the story baton to your partner, who raises an eyebrow, but begins anyway. It's a tale you've heard before, about a talking trout who gave good advice but poor directions. The kids love it. You do, too. Historians still debate the accuracy of these old peasant stories. Were they rooted in truth, symbolism, desperation? Probably all three. But none of that matters now. The stories are real because they're remembered. And tonight, they're alive by firelight, shared between mouths full of tooth gaps and eyes full of candle glint. Your eyelids droop. One child leans against your knee. Another lies curled beside the hearth, thumb in mouth, toes twitching like they're chasing dreams. Even the goat is resting now, her chin tucked in, chewing something she stole hours ago. The stories go on, until someone yawns and someone else mumbles, "We'll finish the tale tomorrow." Everyone murmurs agreement. The stories, like the stew, can wait till the next day. You gather the children slowly, lift the sleepy ones, usher the older ones toward the straw pallets. The fire is dying now, embers glowing like buried treasure. You blow out the first candle, then the second. The room darkens. The stories fade, but they'll be back. They always come back. The next morning, someone in the village wakes up dead. Which is to say, you hear the church bell toll 3 times, slow, deep, final, and you know someone's either passed or the bell ringer just wanted attention again. But no, the pace is too solemn. This time it's real. You glance at your partner. No one says anything, but there's a quiet agreement in the room. Breakfast can wait. Outside, neighbors are already gathered, whispering in clusters. No one cries. Not yet. Not in public. Not unless you're a child, or exceptionally dramatic. Mourning in the village happens like everything else, through quiet nods and shared stew. Turns out it was old Bjorn. He'd lived long enough to forget most of the village names, but not long enough to escape taxes. Died in his sleep, they say, peacefully, with his boots still on. Everyone agrees that's the best way to go. A child asks, "Will there be bread?" You shush them gently, but you're also wondering the same thing. Funerals mean ritual. Rituals mean food. It's not crass. It's tradition. It's survival. You dress in your cleanest tunic, which is still vaguely brown but smells less like goat, and follow the slow procession toward the chapel. It's the same path you walk for feast days and false alarms. Today, there's a certain softness to the steps. No one rushes. No one speaks above a whisper. Inside, the chapel is cool and damp. The wooden pews creak under familiar weight. You take your place near the back. You weren't close to Bjorn, but you once helped him chase a goose out of the well, and he gave you a raisin. That counts. The priest begins his prayer. It's in Latin, mostly. No one understands it all, but the tone is soothing, like a lullaby sung by someone who truly believes their words will hold up the sky. There's a hymn. Everyone sings the parts they know, hums the parts they don't, and mouths the rest with the hope that divine lip-syncing still counts. The coffin is plain. Wood, rope handles, no carvings. But someone tucked a flower on top. A daisy. That's about as lavish as it gets. You stare at it for a moment. It's wilting slightly. Still beautiful. Historians suggest medieval peasants didn't romanticize death. They expected it, lived alongside it, joked about it to keep it small. You've seen that's true. But every funeral still feels like the air shifts, like someone scooped out a part of the village and left a little hollow space behind. After the service, there's a burial out in the churchyard. Bjorn joins his ancestors beneath a tree older than the manor house. The soil is soft. The priest says a final word. Someone drops a clump of herbs in. You're not sure which ones. They smell like sleep. And then, bread, loaves appear like magic. From cloaks, baskets, aprons, rough-hewn, crusty, dense, a few chunks of cheese, a small jug of wine, passed around reverently. The mood lifts slightly. Not happy, exactly, but warmer. Someone laughs too loud and is quickly shushed. Then they laugh again, quieter. You take a piece of bread and chew slowly, watching the sky. Clouds drift lazily. The tree above shifts its branches with a sigh. A child nearby picks dandelions and whispers them into the grave. No one stops her. Then, from behind you, music. A fiddler begins a slow, mournful tune. It's scratchy, a little off-key, and perfect. A few others join. Flute, voice, tapping hands. Soon, the gathering becomes a wake, and the wake becomes something gentler, like a shared remembering disguised as a picnic. You sit in the grass, legs stretched out, hands warm from your tea. Someone passes you a plum. It's bruised, but sweet. You eat it and feel the juice stick to your fingers. Historians still argue whether peasants celebrated death or feared it. You know the answer is yes. Both. Always both. But in moments like this, with your back against a sun-warmed stone and the sound of distant laughter mingling with birdsong, death feels less like an ending and more like a pause. You help clean up. Crumbs for the birds. Bones for the pig. The rest gets tucked into cloth for later. On the walk home, you talk to no one and everyone. The whole village walks together, spread out in a long, lazy line, like beads on a string. Some whisper stories about Bjorn, the time he lost a boot in the river, the time he made nettle soup by mistake and ate it anyway. Someone swears he once kissed the barmaid from the next village. Everyone gasps, then shrugs. Could be true. You return home just as the sun tips into late afternoon. The air is golden. The breeze feels like a lullaby. You light a small candle, not for Bjorn, but because it's getting dim, and you've still got chores to do. You patch a sleeve. You shoo the goat out of the pantry. You hum a few lines of the tune from the wake. Life continues. It always does. You wake up early the next day. But it's not the rooster or the sun that gets you moving. It's market day. That special kind of chaos that only comes once a week, when the world gets louder, smellier, and significantly more exciting. You can feel it in your bones before you even open your eyes. It's like your body knows it's about to be elbowed in the kidneys by someone selling eels. The cottage is already buzzing with quiet activity. Your partner is wrapping up a bundle of eggs in straw. One of the children is trying to convince a chicken to stay in a basket. The chicken, naturally, disagrees. You dress quickly, cleanish tunic, patched leggings, boots that used to be symmetrical, and prepare for battle. You grab the old sack, the one with the mysterious stain, and head out toward the village square. The path is busier than usual. People emerge from cottages like ants from a cracked barrel, each carrying something vaguely edible, mostly tradable, or extremely questionable. The market square itself is barely more than an open patch of trampled dirt. But today, it's transformed into a noisy, muddy carnival. Tents flap. Carts creak. Someone is already shouting about apples. Not wormy, they claim, which absolutely means they are. Historians describe medieval markets as essential lifelines for rural communities. And stepping into one, you understand why? It's not just about trade. It's about news, faces, noise, movement. It's a break from routine and a plunge into mild, beautiful chaos. You walk past a cloth vendor who insists his linens are good enough for a bishop. You nod, but wonder which bishop has taste that poor. Nearby, a child is selling frogs from a basket. You make a mental note not to step in anything. Your goal today is modest. Trade the eggs for salt. Maybe snag a turnip or two. And, if the stars align, get your hands on something sweet. Honeycomb, dried fruit, anything that tastes like more than just earth and patience. At one booth, a woman is selling pickled things in unlabeled jars. You stare at one that contains something vaguely pear-shaped. She winks. You step away. You do manage to trade the eggs, 3 for a small pouch of coarse salt and a wedge of something that smells like cheese but feels like stone. Success. You pocket your prizes and feel briefly like a baron. Then you wander. The fun of market day isn't the buying, it's the drifting. You overhear an argument about whether St. Felix once cured a cow by yelling at it. You pass a man loudly offering authentic Viking buttons, which look suspiciously like river rocks. And then, it happens. You find a baker with a tiny basket of cinnamon twists. Your mouth waters. Your stomach sings. Your coin pouch whimpers. You approach casually, as if you're just browsing. The baker eyes you. 1 penny. You check your pouch. 1 coin, bent from use and barely legible. Still, it counts. You hand it over. You receive the pastry. And, oh, it's warm. You take a bite. It's sweet, spiced, and sinful. It tastes like forgiveness, like everything market day is supposed to be. You close your eyes. For one glorious moment, you are not a tired peasant. You are a pastry monarch. Then someone's goat sneezes on your leg. The moment ends. Historians still argue whether medieval peasants had access to treats, but clearly, today you have proof. Delicious, flaky proof. You savor every bite, letting crumbs fall where they may, even if half of it is probably stuck in your beard now. Worth it. You spot a juggler near the well. He's dropping more than he's catching, but the crowd is amused. Children laugh. Old Marla claps like she's in a royal court. The juggler bows exaggeratedly and almost knocks over his own stool. Glorious. Someone begins playing a flute near the tavern. A few villagers start a slow, clumsy dance. It's more stumbling than rhythm, but it counts. You tap your foot, then you sway, then you join. Why not? Market day is for loosening the grip of routine. You spin once, badly. You almost knock over a cider jug. The seller forgives you, barely. You bow apologetically. They bow mockingly. You both grin. After a while, you find a spot near the edge of the square, sitting on an old barrel to rest your feet and watch the dance of village life in full tilt. Bargaining, laughter, spilled onions, flirtation disguised as carrot trading. You breathe in the heady mix of sweat, spices, and distant manure. It's awful. It's perfect. On your way out, you bump into the tanner's daughter. She gives you a small bundle wrapped in cloth. Leftover scraps, she says, for patching, or bartering, or scaring crows. You thank her. It's more than scraps. It's soft leather, rare, useful. You tuck it away like treasure. The sun's dipping now. The market thins. People gather their goods, their gossip, and their goats. You head home slowly, sack a little heavier, heart a little lighter. The sound of the flute fades behind you. You reach your door, lean against the frame, and exhale. Another market day survived. Another twist of sweetness in a life that, though muddy and cracked, sometimes, just sometimes, tastes like joy. Evening sets in soft and slow, like someone gently pulling a wool blanket over the village. The colors shift. Greens turn gray. Blues deepen. And the rooftops glow with the last streaks of light. You're home now, sitting just outside the cottage door with a mug of warm ale in hand and the ache of a full day in your bones. But you're not quite done. You glance at the wooden bar, leaning beside the doorframe, the one that slides across the inside of the door to lock it for the night. It's heavy, awkward, and gives you splinters every other week. But you'll still use it. You always do. Because nighttime in a medieval village carries a different sort of hum. It's not that you're afraid. Not exactly. It's just, well, you've heard the stories. There are no street lamps, no security patrols, no fences high enough to keep the unknown out. When the sun goes down, the whole world shrinks to the flickering light of your hearth, and everything beyond it feels just a little wilder. So you do what you always do, a perimeter check. Not because it works, but because routine is its own kind of charm. You circle the cottage slowly. The fence still holds, barely. The goat is back in her pen, glaring like she's planning something. The pig is asleep, legs twitching, dreaming, probably, of turnips or revenge. You smile. Everything seems fine. That's good. That's suspicious. Back inside. You slide the door bar into place with a satisfying thud. The kids are already curling into their spots. One is trying to bring the dog into bed with him. The dog pretends to resist. You let it happen. At least it keeps their feet warm. You toss another log into the hearth and sit down to peel the dirt from your fingernails with a splinter of wood. A tiny, pointless ritual, but comforting, beside you. Your partner is quietly tying bundles of dried herbs together, lavender, rosemary, and something called witch's kiss, which no one can really identify but smells like clean earth. These bundles will hang above the lintel. Protection, tradition, scent control. Who's to say? Historians still debate how seriously medieval villagers took superstition. You don't debate. You hang the herbs. You whisper thanks. You avoid stepping on certain floorboards. And when someone tells you their bread didn't rise because of a jealous ghost, you nod like that's perfectly rational. Because it is. Tonight, the wind picks up. It sighs through the cracks in the wood and rattles the shutters like someone testing them from the outside. The fire pops. One of the chickens fusses in its sleep. You listen. You always listen. You remember last autumn, when someone's sheep went missing. No one ever found it, but they found hoofprints that led in a circle and vanished. Some said wolves, some said worse. You pull your cloak tighter and glance at the small icon nailed to the door. It's a crudely carved saint holding a turnip. No one remembers which saint it's supposed to be. Possibly invented. Still, comforting. Your partner finishes the herb bundles and places one under the bed. In case of dreams, they say. You nod. Bad ones? Just loud ones. The children are already slipping into sleep. One murmuring nonsense about dragons and bread. Another sucking on 2 fingers and twitching slightly. Even the baby, who earlier attempted to eat a beetle, is now peacefully drooling onto a blanket. You blow out 2 of the candles, leaving one, just in case. Total darkness is fine for saints. Less fine for peasants who once saw a glowing light in the woods and still refused to discuss it. Then come the stories. Not the fun ones by the fire. These are the whispers, the nighttime traditions. Your partner, voice low, recounts a tale about a woman who left her door unbarred and woke up with moss on her feet and mushrooms in her bed. She married a spirit after that, they say, eyes twinkling. You chuckle, but you check the door again. Just once. There's a kind of shared quiet now. Not silence. Just stillness. A truce between day and night. The flickering candle casts a gentle glow on the walls, painting everything in gold and shadow. You sip your ale and watch the flame dance, tiny and stubborn. Outside, the wind moans once more. A dog barks from the distant edge of the village, then nothing. You reach over and snuff the final candle with your fingers. The room plunges into warmth and dark. The fire gives its last sigh, a slow collapse of ash and ember. You curl under the rough blanket, straw rustling beneath you, and close your eyes. But just before sleep takes you, you listen, just in case, because you know, as every villager knows, the night is long, and not everything sleeps. You're dreaming. Sort of. It's that strange in-between space where the sounds of your real cottage blend with images that aren't yours. You're still lying on the straw, still curled beneath a blanket that smells faintly of onion and goat. But now, there's a crown on your head and a turnip applauding you. Yes, the turnip has hands. No, you don't ask why. You shuffle through an imaginary castle where everyone speaks backward and the floor is made of porridge. You're being chased by tax collectors wearing chicken masks. One of them trips and blames you for the weather. You're not even surprised. Dreams in the medieval world don't ask permission. They just happen, half memory, half myth, stirred together like poorly mixed pottage. You float above your village now, watching your own cottage from the sky. It looks like a toy. You see yourself inside, asleep, mouth slightly open, straw in your hair. You think, do I always snore like that? A goat looks up and nods, then disappears into a puff of rosemary. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolls, not a real one, but the kind that rings in your bones. You know it's not morning. Not yet. but your dreaming self is getting nervous. You wander through a field of glowing cabbages, trying to remember what you forgot. Your mother? A prayer? That one carrot you dropped behind the shelf last week? You wake? Briefly. Maybe. It's still dark. The fire is a soft smudge of red. The room is full of the gentle snore of your children, the quiet groan of wood settling in the walls, and the faint night breeze hushing through the cracks. You roll over and fall back into sleep with the ease of someone used to cold floors and hard days. Historians debate whether peasants truly valued dreams or dismissed them as nonsense. But everyone knows someone who swore their aunt dreamt of a storm before the thatch blew off, or dreamt of St. Leonard and found a lost spoon the next day. You've had those dreams. And the spoon. Back in the dream, you're riding a cow. Not a majestic cow. A slightly annoyed one. She's arguing with you in Latin, which you don't understand, but you nod anyway. The road ahead twists, then turns into a loaf of bread. You step off the cow and fall directly into a barrel of stew. You're not bothered. It's warm. You might stay here. But then something changes. The dream darkens, not in a scary way. More like the light is shifting. You're suddenly in the chapel. Empty. Cold. Echoing. You stand in front of the altar, and St. Bridget is staring at you. She's holding a ladle and wearing your mother's shoes. You're too afraid to speak, so you bow. Then she winks and hands you a turnip. You wake again. Fully this time. It's still night, but the edge of dawn is thinking about showing up. The light isn't real yet, but the shadows are beginning to stretch and whisper. You sit up, rubbing your eyes. The cottage is quiet, but not dead. The fire glows low. The children shift in their sleep. Your partner snores, softly, face buried in their arm. You rise, not for chores, just to move. You step outside quietly, barefoot on cold dirt, and breathe in the stillness. The stars are fading. The moon is tucked low, like it's trying to hide. You look up and feel small, in a good way, like a crumb in a feast, still part of the whole. A rooster lets out a single, half-formed crow, and then immediately regrets it. You chuckle. Even he knows it's too early. You sit on the log bench outside the door, arms around your knees, watching the sky change by inches. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks. Somewhere else, a cow sighs. Closer by, a mouse scurries under the woodpile like it owes you rent. You think about your dream, about the turnip, about the ladle, about why your dreams always include at least one person dancing with a cabbage. You don't have answers. But maybe that's fine. Not everything needs answers. Some things are just night noises in the shape of memories. Sleepy thoughts with straw in their hair. You go back inside, stepping quietly past the snoozing pig, now curled beside the hearth like it owns the place. You lie down, pull the blanket over your shoulders, close your eyes again, and this time, when the dream comes back, the cow just lets you ride in peace. Dawn arrives not with trumpets, but with a reluctant stretch of gray along the window cracks and a chorus of sighs from your own bones. You blink awake to the sound of a distant rooster finally committing to his role, his crowing sharp, confident, and unnecessarily smug. You lie still for a moment. The room smells of ash, wool, and something suspiciously like wet pig. Probably Reginald. who has once again snuck inside and curled himself into a respectable ball of contented snoring. You watch the puff of his breath rise and fall like a little smoky engine. The cottage begins to stir. Your partner grunts softly as they sit up, brushing straw from their hair. A child coughs, then rolls over with the exaggerated drama of someone who wants sympathy without waking up. The baby, miraculously, is still asleep. You don't question it. You simply offer a silent prayer to whichever saint is in charge of infant slumber. You rise, everything creaks. The bed frame, the floorboards, your knees. But it's a familiar symphony, the one that plays every morning in a peasant's home. You wrap your cloak around your shoulders, find your boots with your toes, and shuffle to the door. Outside, the village is caught in that hushed, sacred moment between night and day. Chimneys are just starting to smoke. A few windows flicker with candlelight. Somewhere down the lane, someone sneezes loudly and curses at the cold. You walk a small loop around the cottage again, checking on Matilda, still judging, glancing at the roof, still mostly attached, and nodding at the sky like it owes you an apology for being this damp. Historians speak of peasant resilience, of daily repetition and endurance. And yes, there's that. But there's also this quiet courage, the act of waking up again and again to do the same hard things with the same tired body, and still managing to laugh when the goat eats your sock. You light the hearth again, blowing gently until the embers blink into flame. The fire crackles, pops once, and begins to breathe. You brew the morning ale, not strong, just warm. You set aside a piece of bread from yesterday's market, chip off the softest part, and let it soak. Your partner joins you. They smile at the fire, then at you. No words, just warmth shared in silence. The children trickle in. First the oldest, already frowning about something they haven't told you yet. Then the middle one, clutching a lump of wool like it's treasure. Then the baby, awake now and grinning wildly at absolutely nothing. Breakfast is plain, quiet, and strangely peaceful. Someone spills a drop of ale. Someone else offers them their crust. It's not generous, really. It's just what you do. You all eat together, not hurried, not distracted, just present. And then, without ceremony, the day begins again. The animals need feeding. The fields need walking. The fence needs, still, more mending. But you do it, because that's what you do. You stand, stretch, kiss the top of a child's head, even though they wipe it off immediately, and head outside. It's muddy. The path is crooked. You stub your toe on a root. You smile anyway, because even on the days that start with cold fingers and crooked clouds, there's stew to be stirred, stories to be told, and another evening waiting to fold you back into its warmth. This is your world. This is your rhythm. Another day. Another mud-soaked miracle. And now, as we draw the blanket of this story tight around your shoulders, let the rhythm of that medieval day fade gently in your mind. The chickens are settled. The hearth is dimming. The cottage is quiet again, save for the soft breathing of those you love, and maybe the faint, familiar grunt of a pig shifting in its sleep. The fields are resting too. The furrows stretch out under moonlight like long, sleepy sighs. Even the oxen, weary and gentle, lie still beneath the stars. their breath slow and heavy as the earth itself. You've done enough. Truly. No more stitching. No more feeding. No more watching for ghosts in the woods or debating which saint governs sore knees. Let your mind wander now, the way your feet wandered through that crooked little village. Let it drift past the chapel's mossy stones, past the market stalls, past the well where laughter lingers like echoes. The world is still turning, but tonight it does so without asking anything more of you. So you rest. You breathe in. You let go. The turnips will wait. The roof can leak tomorrow. For now, the only thing that matters is this quiet, tender darkness. You are warm. You are safe. You are, in the simplest and most sacred sense, home. Sleep well, dear listener. Sweet dreams. How did medieval peasant women give birth and raise children? Hey guys, tonight we're stepping softly into the quiet, candlelit world of a medieval peasant woman. Specifically, the long, slow rhythm of her life as she grows, carries, and raises a child in a time before hospitals, prenatal vitamins, or anyone ever thought to invent a mattress that didn't poke you with straw. You wake in the small, smoke-scented cottage you share with your husband, your children, the chickens, and probably a spider named something like Bertha. Your bones ache from yesterday's chores. Your back is sore. But this morning, there's something else. A heaviness, a flutter, a feeling deep in your belly, like a secret trying to speak. You've known this feeling before. Once, twice, maybe 5 times, depending on how long we've been counting. You sit up slowly and place a hand over your belly. Instinctively, the hearth has barely gone out. The sky through the crooked window is pale gray. You breathe in and out and whisper, just once, to yourself. Again, you rise carefully, knees cracking like old doors, and move to the hearth. The fire is low, but still warm. You add a few sticks and blow gently. Sparks bloom. The house stirs. Your partner grumbles, rolling onto their side. A chicken hops out from under the bed with an indignant squawk. No one else knows yet, and you won't say anything. Not yet. Not until you're sure. Out in the yard, the goat is already yelling. She does that. She's dramatic. You feed her. Fetch water. Scrub a pot. Knead some dough. Everything continues as usual. But you feel it now, even when you're not thinking about it. The tightness in your belly. The slowing of your breath when you lift something. The flicker of warmth that doesn't come from the fire. Historians agree that most medieval women knew they were pregnant by feel, not formula, no tests, no appointments, just familiarity, a sense, maybe a missed bleed, maybe not, sometimes just a dream, or a craving, or that one old lady in the village who always guessed right by looking at your ankles. You tell no one yet, but you eat the crust of bread a little slower. You pass your hand over your belly now and then, and maybe, just maybe, you let yourself sit down a moment longer than usual when no one's looking. The other children tug at your skirts, whine about cold feet, chase a goose through the yard. You scold them gently, but you're not really listening. You're somewhere else, half in the cottage, half in your body, half in the future. Yes, that's too many halves. But you're tired. Math can wait. Later that day, you cross the lane to borrow salt and see the midwife. She doesn't ask. She just looks you over, squints slightly, then nods once like the baker judging a loaf. "You're with child again," she says, as if you said it first. You blink. "You think so?" She shrugs. "You always get that little furrow in your brow." You didn't know that. You wonder how long she's been watching. She gives you a small pouch, dried herbs tied with twine. "For your tea," she says. "Ease the stomach, keep you warm, and keep the spirits distracted." You thank her. Slip it into your apron. Try not to think too hard about which part of the recipe is for the stomach and which is for the spirits. The days begin to change. Your chores stay the same, but your pace shifts. You move slower. You sweat sooner. You sometimes pause mid-step and wonder where you were going. And the people around you notice. The women do first. They always do. One of them brings you an extra heel of cheese. Another insists on helping you carry water. The men are slower. Your husband asks, "One night." "You're eating more." You nod. "We're feeding too." He says nothing for a while. Then, "I'll fix the roof this week." You're not sure what that has to do with anything, but it's sweet. Historians still debate how involved medieval fathers were in the pregnancy itself. Likely, not much. But they built things. They carried things. They tried, in their own stiff, useful ways, to help. You sit near the hearth at the end of the day, hand on belly, feeling the faintest flutter. Maybe it's just gas. Maybe it's not. Either way, it's yours. You don't feel excited. Not yet. But you do feel certain, and that's enough. You don't visit the midwife again right away. She's not someone you call on unless you need her. And when you do, you always bring something. A bit of honey, some dried sage, a handful of eggs if your chickens are cooperating. But the pouch of herbs she gave you still hangs from the beam above your bed, tied with a frayed bit of string, quietly swinging every time someone walks past. You trust her. Everyone does. She's not young, not quite old. Wears her shawl tight and her face tighter, but her hands are steady. And she's helped more babies into this world than you've cooked loaves of bread. That's saying something. When you do visit her again, it's because your back's been aching, and your belly feels like it's pulling you toward the ground. You step into her cottage, ducking under the herbs that hang in thick bunches from the ceiling. Lavender, yarrow, something sticky and suspicious that smells like boiled socks. She doesn't greet you with hello, just says, "Sit, let me see you." You do. She places one hand on your stomach, the other on your forehead, as if the baby might be hiding somewhere in between. She doesn't smile, but she hums, an old, off-key tune that makes you feel strangely calm. "You're growing well," she says. You nod, relieved. "Drinking the tea?" "Most days." "Missing any bleeds?" "Since early frost." She nods again, as if checking off boxes on a scroll no one can read. Then she stands and rummages through a wooden chest, hands you a bundle wrapped in cloth. Inside, more herbs, some to drink, some to burn. One to wear in a pouch around your neck so the spirits don't turn the child wrong. You don't ask which spirits. You don't want to know. Historians say medieval midwives were often half healer, half witch, in the eyes of their neighbors. That's fair. She has a jar full of owl feathers, a book with no words, and once helped deliver twins by moonlight during a thunderstorm. You believe everything about her, even the impossible parts. She tells you not to carry too much, but you both know that's wishful thinking. You nod anyway. Then softly, say your prayers, but say them to the right saint. You blink. Which one is that? She gives you a look. Whichever one listens. You thank her. Leave a little cheese on the table. Step back out into the day. You wear the pouch as she said, tucked beneath your tunic, resting near your collarbone. It smells of dried mint and something sharp, like iron and mystery. You touch it now and then, especially when you feel a cramp, or a pull, or that odd low buzzing in your ears that the midwife says means you're carrying a boy, or a girl, or twins. She didn't specify. You didn't ask. The village watches you with interest now. You get a bit more space when you walk. Someone leaves a piece of apple on your windowsill. An old woman touches your arm and mumbles something in a language that hasn't been spoken in 2 generations. You take it as a blessing. Pregnancy, here, is public and private all at once. Your body belongs to you, and also to the village. Everyone hopes for a healthy birth. Everyone fears the other kind. So they hedge their bets, with prayers, with gifts, with silence. The midwife visits once more a few weeks later. She checks your ankles, listens to your breathing, asks strange questions. Have your dreams changed? Do birds land near your window? Have you seen a fox? You answer, honestly or vaguely, depending on how tired you are. She nods either way. Keep eating, she says. Even when the baby pushes your stomach to your throat, she gives you a candle. It's short, thick, smells faintly of sheep tallow and rosemary. She tells you to light it when the first real pain starts, but not before, or the baby will turn its back. You tuck it away. Historians still argue whether such remedies were more psychological than medicinal. But you've drunk her teas when your stomach turned, and they helped, and when your cousin screamed for 2 nights in labor. It was the midwife who whispered her through it and caught the child before it fell onto cold stone. The midwife knows things. You listen. You hang her herbs above the bed. You burn the small bundle she gave you when you had that nightmare about the Black River. You light a candle when the wind howls from the east. You are preparing. And the midwife? She's watching. Always watching. Waiting. Just like you. Your belly grows. It happens slow and sudden all at once. One day, you're just a little softer. And the next, you can't reach your toes without groaning like a barn door. The baby is here now. Not just a flutter or a maybe. It kicks. It rolls. It pokes you under the ribs like it's trying to get your attention. You grunt through the motions of your day, same as always, except now. Everything is heavier. The bucket, the firewood, the silence. But no one stops working just because they're expecting. There are goats to feed, bread to knead, floors to sweep, and children to chase. You still rise with the rooster, even if your bones creak louder than he crows. You still haul water, though now you take 2 smaller buckets instead of 1 big one. You tell everyone it's for balance. Really, it's so you don't tip over sideways into the well. Historians say most pregnant women in the Middle Ages worked right up until labor, not out of bravery, though there's that too, but because who else is going to gather the firewood? You? With swollen ankles and a baby sitting on your bladder? Yes. You. And still, you manage. You tie a bit of cloth beneath your belly to support the weight. You switch tasks when the lifting gets too hard. You sit more often. You don't admit you're doing it on purpose. Other women offer help. Sometimes. When they're free. Which is rarely. But they offer just the same. There's a kind of sisterhood in shared exhaustion. You nod to each other across yards. One adjusts her own back wrap. The other massages her hip. You're not alone. You're never alone. But some moments still feel long. There are days when the baby turns in your belly and you freeze mid-step, one hand gripping the table, the other pressing into your side like that will stop the world from spinning. There are nights when sleep evades you, not from fear, but from the simple, stubborn discomfort of trying to lie down with a belly shaped like a full loaf of bread and twice as dense. You try the straw mattress, the bench, the floor. Nothing helps. You settle for half sitting, propped on a bundle of cloaks, praying the child doesn't start kicking just as you start dreaming. Your partner notices. They place a hand gently on your side. Say nothing, then bring you a chunk of soft cheese, and don't ask for any. That's medieval romance. You take it, bite slowly, and exhale. Gratitude tastes like dairy. One morning, you try to sweep and end up dropping the broom. You bend to pick it up and stay there a while. The floor is cool. The sweeping can wait. You hum a little tune and let the baby roll gently inside you. This is the new rhythm now. Slower, softer, still steady. You notice things you didn't before, the way the sunlight moves across the hearthstones, the creak in the third floorboard, the weird curl in your daughter's hair that always sticks out like a rebellious thought. Everything feels closer, like the world is shrinking toward you, folding in around the center you've become. You eat what you can, whatever stays down. Some days, it's barley porridge with a bit of honey if you're lucky. Other days, it's bread dipped in broth, and the hope it doesn't come back up. The midwife told you to chew slowly, keep warm, and drink raspberry leaf tea if your belly gets tight too early. You do most of that, except the warm part. The wind still gets in through the door frame and under your skirt. You've started stuffing the cracks with extra straw. Historians still debate whether women had much rest during pregnancy. They didn't, unless they were lucky or noble. You're neither. You have a goat with an attitude problem. 3 children who keep asking how the baby got in there. And a laundry pile that somehow grows even though you wear the same dress every day. Still, you find quiet moments. A hand resting on your belly while you sit near the hearth. The glow of firelight catching the curve of your stomach like a candle warming clay. A whispered song you hum to the child, even though you don't remember the words. Maybe you're making them up. Maybe that's the point. The baby kicks when you sing, or when the dog barks, or when you laugh too hard at your neighbor falling into his own cabbage patch. You begin to wonder who this little person will be. Another wild one? Another helper in the field? Will they have your nose? Your temper? Your gift for burning stew? You press your palm to your belly and whisper, "Be kind." It's not a wish. It's a beginning. The days pass with slow certainty, like the turning of a millstone, steady, weighty, and always in motion, whether you're ready or not. Your belly swells, round and proud, and though you say nothing, the village says everything for you. A neighbor nods and offers you an extra seat at the fire pit. Another casually leaves an onion on your windowsill. A third simply murmurs, "Saint Margaret guide you," and keeps walking. You don't ask why that saint. You just say, "Thank you." Inside, your body feels strange, familiar, but foreign. You are you, but softer, stretched. Every movement seems to echo from your core. You rest your hand on your stomach without thinking, and it stays there, like a compass finding its true north. And still, you work, you patch clothes, prepare meals, and hush squabbling children who have grown louder since realizing they'll soon be outnumbered. Your partner, for their part, does what they can, chops wood, carries things, fails to notice the laundry piling up, but remembers to feed the goat. The midwife comes by, uninvited, as always. She brings a bundle of dried leaves wrapped in cloth and a stone with a hole worn through it. "Hang this by the bed," she says. "Keeps away night spirits." You raise an eyebrow. She smirks. "Might also keep the mice out." You hang it anyway. She sits, checks your hands, your breath, your color, asks if the dreams have changed. You nod. They have. They're fuller now. You dream of swimming with stones in your apron, of babies with your eyes, but your mother's laugh, of goats who talk in riddles. You wake up sweating, and then laughing, and then crying, sometimes all within 5 minutes. The midwife nods. That's normal. You're not sure what normal means anymore. You try not to worry. But the whispers don't help. In the village, stories swirl like leaves caught in wind. One woman claims her baby turned into a hare and ran off into the woods. Another says she saw a shadow pass across her belly the day before she lost the child. Someone else swears by sleeping only on the left side, or always feeding your cravings, or never letting a weasel cross your path. You laugh at some of it, quietly. But you still avoid weasels. Historians still argue whether peasant women leaned more on religion or superstition. You know the answer. Both. Prayers to saints, salt at the doorstep, a sprig of rosemary under the pillow, a whispered song passed down from a grandmother who didn't believe in doctors, but believed in dreams. You say the prayers each night. To the Virgin, of course. To Saint Margaret, protector of pregnant women. To Saint Bridget, just in case. And once, when the wind howled so loud it shook the shutters, you even muttered a quick line to the old gods, the ones no one names anymore, just to be safe. Your partner doesn't tease you. They say their own quiet prayer before bed. To whom? Doesn't matter. As the child grows, your balance shifts. You walk with a wobble, sit with a grunt, stand up with a wince and a muttered curse that your children immediately repeat. You scold them. They giggle. You forgive. The children begin talking to the baby, singing, pressing their ears to your belly and declaring they heard it burp. You let them. It calms them. It calms you. You've begun setting things aside. Soft cloth, a worn blanket, the little wooden spoon your first child chewed the end off. You clean the corner near the hearth and fluff the straw there more often. That's where it will happen. Probably. When the time comes, no one tells you when. Your body will decide. The baby kicks low one evening while you're trying to reach your feet. You swear softly. Your partner offers to help. You decline, then accept. These are the nights where the fire burns slower and the house falls quiet faster. You sit alone sometimes, hands on your belly, watching the candle wax melt in slow ribbons down the holder. The child is moving often now, sometimes gently, sometimes like a bear trapped in a blanket. You whisper to it, not words, just feelings, love, mostly, and hope, and maybe a little warning about the world, about siblings who won't share, about geese who bite, and winters that overstay their welcome. You smile because you're ready, but also you're not. And that, too, is normal. You reach the point where waiting becomes its own sort of labor. You've done everything that can be done. The firewood is stacked. The blankets are aired. The herbs from the midwife hang ready in neat, fragrant bundles. And still, no baby. Each morning, you wake wondering, will it be today? Each night, you go to bed wondering, will I wake to it starting? The days blur into a slow, heavy rhythm. Eat, rest, breathe, walk, listen. You begin to move differently, like a tide rolling in and out, slow, careful, half-measured steps that keep your center of gravity somewhere near your knees. When you bend down, it's with negotiation. When you sit, it's with commitment. And when you sleep, if you sleep, it's in bursts. Between the cramps and kicks and dreams filled with long corridors and voices calling your name, the cottage takes on a different feel now. It becomes a place of waiting, of gentle anticipation, like a kettle warming on low heat. You fluff the bedding again, check the candle twice, smooth the straw with hands that are tired but still capable. Your partner begins to watch you differently, too. Their glance lingers longer. They carry the heavier buckets. They don't say anything, but their hand touches yours more often, resting on the back of your shoulder as you lean near the hearth, or helping you sit when your ankles swell like little loaves of bread. The children grow quiet around you in moments they don't understand. One offers you a beet he found. Another insists you hold his favorite rock. For bravery, you tuck it into your apron pocket. It stays there. Historians note that peasant women often birthed at home, surrounded by family, familiar smells, and saints tucked in the rafters. You believe it. You've tidied the corners, swept the walls, washed the cloths with lye and left them drying near the stove. You have everything you need, except the moment itself. The midwife checks on you more often now. She listens to the beat of your breath, measures your belly with her hands, and hums softly. Always the same tune. She grunts, which you've learned is her way of expressing approval. Not long now, she says. You nod. How long is not long? She shrugs. Longer than you want. Sooner than you fear. Not helpful, but honest. She leaves a jar of oil and another pouch of herbs. Warm this if the pains come slow. Burn that if they come fast. You place them by the hearth, beside the spoon, the rag cloths, the bowl, and the knife. Not for cutting, but for comfort, for focus. Something cool in the hand when the heat of it all becomes too much. You've heard the stories, of course, of women giving birth in fields, on carts, in snowstorms. You don't want to be one of them. So now you stay close to home, to hearth, to your little corner where the world is narrowed down to manageable things, fire, cloth, breath. Some evenings, the pains tease you, a sharp tug low in your belly, a ripple of tightness that passes through like a whisper. You freeze when it happens. Hold your breath. Count. And then, nothing. Just your partner watching you, trying to read your face like a map with no roads. The village has gone quiet too. A sort of hush settles around your cottage. Women glance at your windows as they pass. Someone drops off extra milk. A few offer to take the children if needed. You thank them all. Nod politely. But you know, you want them here. When it happens, this child belongs to this house, this fire, these small, dusty corners where you've lived and lost and grown, and now will give again, and the house waits with you. It creaks a little less, holds its breath when you lie down, offers up the warmth of the fire like a shared heartbeat. You don't think much about fear, not in full sentences. It sits with you sometimes. Sure, in the shape of doubt or the echo of old tales. Women who bled too much, babies who never cried. But mostly, you just keep moving. One more cup of broth, one more spoonful of honey, one more hand resting on your belly as you sit by the door and listen to the trees shift in the wind. You catch yourself talking to the child without realizing. Just a soft murmur. Not yet, you say, but soon. Wait for the fire to be strong. Wait for your sister to wake up. Wait for me to be brave. The sun goes down. The sky darkens. The wind rises gently. You feel a twinge, sharper this time. You hold your breath, count again. Still nothing. But soon. It starts just before dawn. The cottage is still wrapped in darkness, lit only by the faint glow of embers under the hearth. You wake suddenly, not from sound, but from sensation. A low, deep pulling in your belly. Not like the false ones before. This one doesn't pass. It lingers. It curls through your spine like a heavy ribbon and tells you, simply, this is it. You lie still, one hand resting on the swell of your stomach, the other gripping the edge of the bedding. Your breath comes slow, steady. The pain isn't sharp, not yet, just firm, certain. You whisper to the fire, to the saints, to the child, and then you move. Carefully, slowly, you rise from the bedding. Your legs are stiff, your feet swollen, but you manage. You wrap yourself in your cloak and tiptoe across the floor, stepping around a snoring child, a curled-up goat who definitely wasn't invited inside, and the broom someone left in the middle of the room again. You light the candle by the hearth. Its glow fills the space gently, revealing the little nest you prepared, the linen cloths, the fresh straw, the folded blanket with the worn corners. You've imagined this moment 100 times, maybe more. But now that it's here, it feels still. No rush, no drama, just beginning. You wake your partner with a hand on their shoulder and a soft, it's time. They sit up fast, like they've been waiting too. Now? You nod. They blink a few times, then move. No words, just motion. A kind of rehearsed chaos begins. Your partner puts water on the fire, lights the second candle, checks the door bar, out of habit more than anything, then pulls on boots and heads out into the early dark to fetch the midwife. You're left alone for a moment. The second pain comes, stronger now. It wraps through your hips and steals your breath for just a second. You crouch beside the hearth and grip the edge of the bench until it passes. It leaves a hot echo in its wake. You whisper, We're doing it, little one. Historians often wrote very little about the details of birth in peasant homes. It was considered women's business, quiet, necessary, sacred, and slightly terrifying. But they all agree. It happened quickly, or slowly, or somewhere in between, depending on the day, the mother, the child, and the will of whichever saint was on call. You feel the next pain ripple through you as your partner returns, breathless, midwife in tow. She's calm. Of course she is. She's seen everything. She moves around the room like she lives here, checks the fire, the water, you. You grip her arm through the next pain. She doesn't flinch. She nods once. It's starting true. But you've time. She kneels beside you, hands cool and sure. She presses on your belly, listens, watches your face, asks nothing, says little. You're grateful for the silence. More women arrive shortly after. Neighbors, sisters, women you've known your whole life. They come quietly, bringing extra blankets, another pot, the good oil. One lights incense and mutters a blessing in a dialect older than this village. Another starts heating the towels. Your children are ushered out gently by your friend, taken to her cottage to wait and wonder. One resists, wants to stay. You kiss their forehead and promise to tell them everything. Later, the room transforms. It becomes a space not of work, but of waiting. The hearth glows brighter. The midwife hums that same low tune, steady as a heartbeat. The pains grow sharper, longer. Your hands begin to tremble between them. Your partner offers water. You take it. Offer a half smile in return, and so it goes. The hours blur. Your hair sticks to your forehead. Your knees dig into straw. Your world shrinks to heat, breath, grip. You sway with each wave of pain, riding them like boats through stormy seas, clinging to the rope of old words whispered into your ear. Breathe. Lean forward. You're strong. It's just pain. It will pass. One woman lays a cool cloth across your neck. Another rubs your back with oil. The midwife watches, always watching, always waiting. Almost, she says, after a while. The child is close. You nod, or try to, or maybe you just breathe. The pain swells again, full, unrelenting. You grip someone's hand, anyone's. You cry out, not in fear, but in effort, in power, in the wild, undeniable push that says your body knows exactly what it's doing. Now, the midwife says, and you push, and everything blurs, and you push again, and the world holds its breath. And then, a cry, sharp, sudden, soft, like the first crack of ice before spring. There's a stillness that follows the cry, brief, golden, heavy with meaning. The baby has arrived. You don't need anyone to say it. You hear it in the hush, feel it in the shift of air around you, see it in the way the midwife's shoulders drop ever so slightly as she lifts the tiny, damp bundle in her arms. The child is red, wrinkled, squirming, and very much alive. The midwife wipes the baby's face gently with a warm cloth. The women murmur around you. Soft congratulations, quiet prayers, a few stifled tears. Someone adds more wood to the fire. The warmth flares, licking at the shadows, drawing the room tighter, cozier. The hearth crackles like it's clapping. You are still, breathing hard, but still. Your body hums with exhaustion and victory. You're drenched in sweat. Your hair is plastered to your cheeks. Every muscle shakes. But you did it. You brought a life into this flickering little room, into this muddy little village, into this great wild world. The midwife wraps the baby tightly in linen. You catch a glimpse. Tiny limbs, scrunched eyes, a mouth already protesting. The face is familiar and strange all at once, like a story you've always known but never read aloud. She places the bundle in your arms. It's warm, heavier than you expected, lighter than you feared. You whisper something, maybe a name, maybe just a hello. The baby squirms, blinks, and settles. Your partner kneels beside you, eyes wide and wet, one hand resting lightly on your shoulder. You lean your head into them. You don't speak. You just breathe, together. The other women begin to move around you again. Quiet, efficient. Someone wipes your brow. Another brings broth and a sip of honey water. A third gently cleans the floor and folds away the bloodied cloths. Not with alarm, but with familiarity. Historians rarely describe this part. The cleanup, the shared silence, the practical tenderness. But this is where the real magic lives. In the hands that mop, the voices that hush, the arms that lift without asking. The midwife checks you again, careful and thorough. She nods to herself. All's well, she says, like it's an ordinary day. Maybe it is. She tends to the cord, tying it, cutting it with a small curved blade she carries in a pouch of soft leather. You've seen her do it before. You've never heard a baby cry louder than when the cold air hits. That's how you know they're strong. This one cries, too, loud, but brief, then settles back into your chest like it belongs there, because it does. You rock slowly, gently, humming a tune that hasn't had words in 3 generations. Your mother hummed it. Her mother. Maybe even the one before that. The baby doesn't understand, but the sound makes your chest vibrate, and the warmth of it seeps into the linen and the tiny ears resting against your heart. Someone brings more broth. Another candle is lit. A woman wraps your legs in a wool blanket, careful not to jar your sore limbs. The night outside is darker now, like it's pressing its face against the window to see. Inside, it's all light. The midwife lays out a few herbs to dry. Lavender, rue, comfrey. She burns a pinch of something sharp in a small clay dish near the door. To ward off fever, she says. Someone else murmurs a prayer over the smoke. You say nothing. You just keep holding the child. Boy, the midwife says at last, almost as an afterthought. You smile. He looks like his brother. He looks like you, says your partner. The midwife grunts. He looks like a loud bundle of work. Everyone laughs, quietly, but truly, and still, the fire burns. You barely notice when they carry the soiled cloths away to be washed, when they fold new ones, when someone brushes your hair back into a loose braid and ties it with a ribbon you didn't even know they brought. There's no feast, no trumpet, just warm broth, a quiet room, and a baby curled against you like a question mark, slowly learning how to stretch. Historians still argue whether these births were spiritual, ritual, or just survival. But you know it's all of those. The saints might have watched. The old spirits might have circled the door. But mostly, it was you, your body, your breath, your strength. The midwife nods once more, satisfied. You'll bleed, she says plainly. You'll ache. You nod, but you'll live. And so will he. You tighten your arms around the child. Yes, you will. Morning begins to stretch itself across the sky, as if trying not to wake anyone. The first soft light leaks through the cottage shutters, casting long stripes of gold across the floor and catching on the faint curl of steam rising from the hearth. The fire's still burning, steady now, fed all night by careful hands. The baby is asleep, tucked against your chest in a bundle of worn linen and fresh warmth. His breathing is fast and soft, like a kitten's. Every few moments, he stirs, mouth twitching, fists curling, and you wonder what he could possibly be dreaming of, having just met the world a few hours ago. The others have gone home, quietly, respectfully. Even the midwife left before dawn, after one last glance at you, a few murmured instructions to your partner, and a cryptic, "I'll be back in 2 days, unless the saints tell me otherwise." The house is yours again. You and your partner sit side by side, shoulders touching. The room feels both full and empty, filled with heat, scent, and the weight of something new, but quiet now, like a pond that's just swallowed a single pebble. Your partner takes your hand in theirs. Their thumb brushes over your fingers, slow and grounding. He's small, they say, almost in awe. You nod. Feels big. And he does. Not just in weight, but in what he carries. A whole new future. A new name. A new person who will someday run through the same dirt path you've walked since your own barefoot days. You look down at him again. He opens one eye, just briefly. It's dark and cloudy, like the sky before rain. Then it closes again, and he sighs. The tiniest, sleepiest breath you've ever heard. The cottage smells like birth still, like iron and sweat and herbs and fire. You'll clean later, eventually, but not yet. The mess is part of it. The blood on the straw, the cloths drying by the fire, the little bowl of broth no one ever finished. It's all sacred now, in its own strange, mortal way. You lean your head back against the wall and exhale. You've barely slept, and you know rest will be a rare and fragile gift in the days ahead. But for this moment, the tiredness feels earned, like a badge, like the closing chapter of something ancient and the first page of something softer. Your partner rises, stretches, and begins to move about the room, not frantically, just usefully. They check the kettle, stirs the broth, pulls the curtain closed over the door to keep the draft out. Every motion says, "We made it through the night." Later in the morning, the children return. They tumble through the door like a sack of potatoes with opinions, wide-eyed and loud, trying to be quiet, but failing in the most joyful way. The oldest stares at the baby, unsure. The middle one pokes your knee and whispers, "Is he done yet?" The youngest asks if the baby will talk tomorrow or next week. You lift the bundle a little, let them peek inside. Their faces shift, from curiosity to wonder, from wonder to something gentler. The kind of silent awe that only children can really carry without it turning into words. His name, the oldest, finally asks. You share the name, one you've held in your heart for months, one that fits, one that's soft in the mouth and strong on the tongue. They nod. They approve. The baby yawns, stretching his arms like he's showing off. One of the children giggles, Another mimics the motion. You smile through a wave of tears you didn't expect. Historians say naming was a significant moment, tied to saints, ancestors, even the day of the week. But here, in this little room, it feels more like claiming a star you've been watching in the sky for weeks and finally get to hold in your hand later. Someone from the village stops by, just to check. She brings a piece of bread wrapped in cloth and a small carved charm for the baby. For dreams, she says. She doesn't stay. Just touches your shoulder on her way out and says, "You're strong." Like it's a fact, not a compliment. You think about that for a while. The baby wakes and cries. A little. A tiny mule. As if protesting this cold, bright, noisy world. You lift your tunic, guide him to your breast. He latches without hesitation, like it's the most natural thing in the world. And maybe it is. Maybe this moment has been happening, more or less the same way, for 1,000 years. Nursing is awkward, not painful, but not graceful. He sputters. You adjust. He sucks. You wince. He hiccups. You laugh. The two of you will figure it out together. Your partner watches, offers you water, kisses the top of your head, doesn't ask how you're doing, just stays close. The candle flickers in the corner. The house is still again, briefly. You settle back with the baby asleep in your arms, warm and fed and limp with contentment. Outside, the world spins on. Inside, time stops for a little while. A few days pass, soft and strange. The cottage never truly quiets, but everything moves slower, muffled, like walking through thick wool. The children tiptoe more often than not. Your partner still chops wood and feeds the goat, but always comes back inside sooner. Even the dog naps closer to the hearth these days, like it's been assigned guardian duty. And the baby, he's learning the world one breath at a time. He sleeps mostly, bundled in linen, tucked into the crook of your arm or the curve of your side. He makes a sound like a sigh every few minutes, a tiny reminder that he's there, that he exists, that your life is now permanently rearranged around this small, soft thing with surprising lung capacity. Then comes the naming day. It's not a grand ceremony. You don't have incense or church bells or golden robes. But the village priest arrives just after sunrise, robes slightly wrinkled, hands always chilly. He offers a solemn nod, as if he's about to perform a royal baptism. You appreciate the effort. You light the hearth higher. The water is already warm. The baby is scrubbed, lightly. He protests the entire time. That's fair. No one enjoys being half-washed with cold fingers. The priest stands beside the hearth, murmurs a blessing in Latin, then switches to a language you actually understand. He dips a bit of linen in the water, dabs the baby's forehead, and says the name aloud. It hangs there for a moment, spoken into the smoke, the straw, the ceiling beams blackened by years of breath and ash. The baby blinks. The priest says a few more words about protection, about saints, about strength and peace and sleep, mostly sleep. He hands the child back to you, awkwardly, as if he's made of glass and thunder. You wrap him tight and whisper the name again, just for him this time. He doesn't respond, but his hand curls around your thumb, like he approves. Historians note that naming often came days or even weeks after birth in the Middle Ages. No rush, they say. Let the child live a little, prove himself. Or maybe they just knew that the space between birth and name is a sacred pause, a breath held before the rest of life begins. You offer the priest a bowl of broth. He takes it gratefully, drinks it too fast, and wipes his beard on his sleeve. Then, after a few more blessings, he's gone, back down the muddy path, leaving only wet boot prints and the smell of incense clinging faintly to the air. The rest of the village hears of it, of course. They always do. By mid-afternoon, you've received 3 scraps of cloth, a bundle of lavender, and half a boiled egg from Marjorie down the lane. She claims it brings good digestion. You don't ask whose egg it was. The baby is passed between neighbors carefully, ceremoniously, like a warm loaf of bread no one wants to bite. They coo, they cluck, they offer advice in low, certain voices. Rub goose fat on his feet if he won't sleep. Hang time near his head for clear dreams. Don't let him look at the moon until he's 3 weeks old. You smile politely and write none of it down. But later that night, when the baby fusses and refuses to settle, you do find yourself placing a sprig of thyme near his cradle, just in case. You make the cradle from a basket lined with wool. Nothing fancy, but it rocks gently on the hearthstone. And the baby seems to like it. You tie a bit of colored ribbon above it, and he stares at it for whole minutes, fascinated by the way it sways in the air. Your older children bring him offerings, badly carved toys, half-crumbled crusts, rocks that are special for reasons known only to them. You accept everything. The cradle gets crowded. It's beautiful. Nursing is still strange, but it's becoming yours. Sometimes painful, sometimes soothing. You hum softly during it. The same tune every time. It helps both of you. He feeds often, at every hour. You're tired in a way that feels older than you. Your body still aches. Your muscles still burn. But the rhythm is setting in. Cradle, nurse, change, sway, breathe. You don't think about anything else. Not yet. The outside world can wait. Historians still argue whether early motherhood in peasant life was restful or relentless. They often describe women returning to work within days, sometimes hours. But in this quiet stretch of time, no one expects you to spin flax or haul buckets. For now, your job is to hold, feed, and keep alive this tiny person who still startles at his own hiccups. Your partner does more now. Everything, really. They cook, fetch, shush the children, and bring you water when your lips crack. You love them differently now, deeper, fuller. Watching them hold your baby like he's fragile, sacred, a blessing. That kind of love isn't loud, but it burns. And in the quiet hours, just before the fire dies down and the world slips into that velvet hush of almost sleep, you sit with your child pressed against your chest, his tiny breaths fogging your skin. You whisper, "You're here. You're real. And we're home." And then you close your eyes and let the darkness rest its hand gently on both of you. The baby is growing already. Not fast, but noticeably. His cheeks have filled out. His fists uncurl a little more often. And his cries have found different notes. One for hunger, one for discomfort. One that seems to say, "I just want to be held by someone specific. And I'm going to let you guess who." You've begun to move more now. Slowly, carefully. But you no longer wince with every step. and your strength is returning. One chore at a time. The midwife came by again, checked the healing, the bleeding, the color in your cheeks, the milk in your breast. She nodded in that way she does when she's satisfied, but won't say so out loud. "He's a good eater," she said. "You'll be chasing him by harvest." You hope not quite that soon. Your days have a new rhythm now. The baby wakes you early, before even the rooster, with that snuffling noise he makes when he's about to complain. You lift him gently, settle into your favorite corner near the hearth, and nurse by candlelight while the house snores around you. You hum. He feeds. You both drift in and out of that dreamlike state between night and morning. Later, the children rise, louder than necessary, and the day begins. You keep the baby close as you move through the house, wrapped against your chest with cloth or nestled in one arm as you stir the stew with the other. He sleeps through most of it, even the clanging of pots or the yelling over whose turn it is to sweep. Sometimes he startles when the goat bleats too loud, and you whisper soothing nonsense into his ear until he quiets again. Historians describe infant care in the Middle Ages as communal, practical, and constant. You agree. When your arms ache, your partner takes over. When your partner needs to chop wood or wrangle the pig, the baby ends up in the arms of your eldest, who now considers himself part parent. Sometimes he holds his little brother like he's a loaf of fresh bread, precious, but slightly awkward. Sometimes he sings to him, tuneless but earnest, words half made up, with phrases like, "Please don't spit on me again." You begin to laugh more. Not great. Echoing belly laughs, but soft ones. Little breathy chuckles at the absurdity of a baby peeing mid-change, at the way your partner tries to swaddle with all the finesse of a fishmonger, at the way your middle child insists the baby smiled when really it was just gas. The cottage begins to feel more alive, not just louder, but warmer. The smell of fire and milk and sour cloths somehow turns comforting, like home layered with life. Bath time becomes its own small ritual. A warm basin by the fire, a soft rag, a baby that alternates between delighted and deeply offended. You wash carefully, his toes, his tiny ears, the rolls on his legs that collect mystery crumbs. He wails at first, then settles. You wrap him in the softest cloth and tuck him against your skin until he sighs and falls asleep. You almost fall asleep too. Feeding still rules your schedule. Every few hours, he roots and whines and wriggles until you lift your tunic and let him feed. It's become easier. Your body has adapted, learned his rhythms, responded to his needs. It's not always comfortable, but it works. You feel more and more like you know what you're doing, or at least that you're not entirely lost. And sleep? It's a fickle friend. You catch it in patches. A short nap while he's dozing. A longer rest when your partner rocks him and hums a song from their own childhood. You've learned to sleep upright, on your side, half on the floor, cradling a baby who dreams in soft coos and small kicks. You don't resent it. Not yet. The tiredness is real, but so is the intimacy, the warmth of his skin, the weight of his head, the way he clutches your shirt, as if anchoring himself in this vast new world. Historians still argue whether mothers had bonding time in the way we understand it today. You'd say yes. Absolutely. There's a bond forged in the quiet panic of a newborn's first cry, in the deep calm of nursing by moonlight, in the moment when a child grabs your finger and holds on like it's the only thing they know. You've started to notice his eyes tracking movement now. He watches the fire, the swinging herbs, your hand as it waves in front of his face. He follows, curious, alert, a mind opening petal by petal. One afternoon, he laughs, a real laugh, gurgly and short, but unmistakable. It startles everyone. Your eldest drops a wooden spoon. Your partner grins. You cry a little and try to pretend you didn't. The house glows differently after that. A laugh changes things. You find yourself humming more, kissing the top of his head, even when it smells like goat. He giggles in his sleep sometimes, and you wonder what babies dream about. Milk? Probably. Or your nose. He's fascinated by your nose. And so the days go. He feeds. He sleeps. He cries. He grows. You feed. You sway. You whisper. You stay. And each day that you manage to keep him warm, fed, and safe feels like a quiet miracle in a loud, muddy world. The baby is bigger now. Not much, but enough that your back notices. His cheeks are plumper, his arms less noodle-like and more like dough, and his neck strength surprises you each day. He holds his head up for longer and longer, blinking at the world like it owes him an explanation. It probably does. You wear him most of the time, tied in cloth against your chest, or perched on your hip as you move through the rhythm of each day. His warmth is comforting, his scent familiar, a mix of milk, wool, and something faintly herbal from whatever the midwife told you to dab on his forehead this week. He watches everything: the kneading of dough, the fetching of water, the sweeping of ashes from the hearth. Sometimes he gurgles. Sometimes he just stares, solemn and silent, like he's already forming opinions about the state of the household. When you bend to stoke the fire or reach to stir the pot, he shifts with you, adjusting like a boat passenger learning the feel of the tide. You hum to him as you work. You don't know where the songs come from. Some you remember, some you invent. But he listens as if the lyrics matter. Your older children have settled into their new roles. The oldest insists he's in charge when you're not looking. The middle one tries to teach the baby how to stick out his tongue. The youngest sulks now and then, but brings flowers, squished and damp, as peace offerings. The cottage is louder again, not chaotic, just alive. A cradle rocking gently, a pan clattering, laughter over spilled flour, the dog barking at a shadow, a goat bleating because it wasn't invited inside again. Everything moves with the hum of daily survival, and always, the baby is there, watching, absorbing. You begin showing him things: a wooden spoon, a smooth stone, a rag doll stuffed with straw. His fingers reach, fumble, grasp. You cheer. He sneezes on the doll. Progress. Historians often paint peasant life as grim, relentless. And yes, it's muddy. It's cold. It's work from sunup to candle down. But in these small, shared moments, tiny milestones noticed only by you, there is joy. Deep, sleepy, imperfect joy. Mealtimes shift around the baby now. You eat one-handed more often than not. Your partner has grown skilled at cutting bread while bouncing him. The baby sits in your lap as you stir stew, fascinated by the swirling motion. He once sneezed directly into it. You served it anyway. Bath time is still a mild drama. He protests the chill, flails wildly, then calms the moment he's wrapped in a warm cloth and tucked against your chest again. You whisper, "All done," even though he doesn't know the words. Maybe he never will. Not as you say them now, but he'll know the rhythm of your voice. He'll know what safety sounds like outside. The seasons shift. The breeze sharpens. Leaves begin to turn. The baby's first chill is met with a flurry of preparations. Extra cloth wrappings, an herbal rub from the midwife, and a tiny cap knitted by your neighbor with only a few holes in it. He looks like a small, sleepy acorn. You love him even more. You walk with him in the mornings now, wrapped tight as you step through dew and fog. The fields smell like earth and smoke. He coos at crows. You whisper names of plants as you pass. Burdock, chicory, nettle, as if he's listening. Maybe he is. Maybe he's memorizing the world already. Historians still debate how early babies were exposed to the bustle of village life. You know the answer. Immediately. The village has no luxury of separating life and learning. Babies grow up beside boots, ovens, goats, and songs. They grow up with it all pressed close to their skin. At the well, you pause. A neighbor peeks at the baby, clucks her tongue, says, "He's going to be a strong one." You can tell by the eyebrows. You nod, smile. "Like his grandmother." You reply. The woman nods sagely, even though she has no idea who your grandmother was. Everyone becomes part of the baby's life. A shared responsibility. Someone brings herbs for his cough. Someone else sings him a song from a region 3 valleys over. Another offers a charm to hang by the cradle. 3 knots tied in twine to keep out colic. You hang it. Of course you do. The baby watches the firelight flicker now. He's mesmerized. So are you. Some nights, after the others have gone to sleep, you sit in the silence with him on your lap. Both of you watching the flames dance. You tell him things he won't remember. About the way your partner snores. About how the goat once got stuck in the compost bin. About how the midwife told you he kicked harder than any child she's met in a decade. He drools. You kiss the top of his head. And when he finally falls asleep, heavy and warm and deeply trusting, you just hold him there a while longer, because the fire is still burning, and the night is quiet, and for a moment, there is nothing else in the world you need to do. The baby begins to crawl, slowly, then with the urgency of someone very small on a very big mission. He moves like a potato possessed, dragging himself across the cottage floor, bumping into firewood, goats, siblings, and occasionally your legs. It happens all at once. One morning, you turn around to fetch the bread, and when you look back, he's halfway under the table, staring up at you like, "What took you so long?" You laugh, you clap. He beams. And just like that, you're chasing again. Now, nothing is safe. Your spoons are his toys. Your herbs are a snack. The broom is apparently a worthy adversary. He's into everything, drawn by movement, sound, color, and the opportunity to put absolutely everything into his mouth. Your partner builds a crude pen from wood scraps and good intentions. It's meant to keep the baby from rolling into the hearth. It mostly holds his toys instead. He always finds a way out, or over, or under. And suddenly, your days are different again. You can't simply strap him to your chest anymore. He wants down, wants movement, wants to squish bread between his fingers and stare at the chicken like it holds the secrets of the universe. He babbles now, long, elaborate monologues with the seriousness of a town crier and the clarity of a sleepy goat. Your other children adapt quickly. They become sentries, guides, snack smugglers. The middle one builds towers of rocks for him to knock down. The eldest teaches him to clap, then claims full credit for his development. The youngest occasionally hides from him behind a stool, squealing when he's discovered and hugged aggressively by pudgy arms. And you, well, you stay a step behind him, always watching, always ready. You keep the fire guard close. You sweep more often. You whisper warnings to the broom and apologize to the poor dog whose tail is now public property. Historians say peasant homes were chaotic, crowded, sometimes dangerous for little ones. But they were also alive. Every surface an opportunity, every sibling a teacher, every mistake a lesson in balance, sharp corners, and the mysterious properties of goat droppings. You don't baby-proof. You hover. He starts to mimic. He copies your clapping, your waving, your odd little grunt when you lower yourself to the stool. He squints when you do. He tilts his head when your partner laughs. He's studying, absorbing, becoming. Mealtimes are chaos now. He sits in your lap, or beside you in a woven basket, squashing peas and bread and sometimes his own foot. You give him what you can: broth-soaked bread, mashed turnip, a bit of egg. He wears more than he eats. The dog benefits. And the goat, despite all rules and logic, somehow ends up with a taste of everything. Bath time is louder. He splashes like a fish, soaks your apron, drenches the floor, but he grins the whole time, cheeks pink, eyes bright. You let him. Sleep is flexible. Sometimes he naps for hours. Sometimes he naps for minutes and acts like it was enough. You rock him, pace with him, whisper to him. Sometimes you just lie beside him on the floor, both of you watching the dust dance in the sunlight. He begins to get sick now and then. A cough, a fever, a rash, no one can quite name. This is when the fear creeps in. Quiet, cold. You call the midwife. You brew the teas. You hang the herbs. You sing songs to saints with names you barely remember. And then he recovers. Slowly, warmth returns to his skin. The light returns to his eyes, and you breathe again. Historians still argue whether peasant children were truly valued in the emotional sense, or only as future workers. But you know what it is to sit up all night, holding a damp, whimpering baby, whispering promises into the dark. You know the weight of love that feels like ache. On better days, you take him outside. He feels grass for the first time, tries to eat it, fails, tries again. You set him beside the well. Let him watch the chickens. Let him try to grab dandelions. He loves wind. He laughs when it catches his hair and flaps his tunic like a tiny sail. Your neighbors pass and wave. One stops to pinch his cheek. Another offers a rattle made of a dried gourd and beans. You thank them. You shake it. He stares, then giggles. You carry him home. He rests his head on your shoulder. Heavy, warm, whole, in the evenings, when the house is still and the fire is low, you sit with him in your lap, both of you full of porridge and peace, watching the flames curl. You think of how far you've come, from the day you noticed the flutter, to the long hours of labor, to this tiny person who now says, "Ma," and expects it to mean something profound. And maybe it does. He is still new, still learning, and so are you. The seasons have shifted again. The baby, no longer quite a baby, is toddling now. Wobbly steps, hands raised for balance, head tilted forward like he's trying to outpace gravity. Sometimes he makes it 3 whole steps before tipping sideways into a hay pile or a sibling's legs. Other times, he just sits down with the kind of thud only a diaperless bottom can make. Your world has adjusted to this new rhythm, chasing, lifting, redirecting, catching. You can't turn your back for more than a heartbeat without hearing a crash, a laugh, or the unmistakable sound of a wooden spoon being banged against the water bucket. The child is learning fast. He copies everything. He tries to sweep with the broom twice his size, drags kindling from one side of the cottage to the other, and insists on helping you stir the pot, usually with his whole hand. You let him help when you can, redirect when you must, and marvel always, learning. For children here, doesn't happen in schoolhouses or books. It happens on the floor, in the dirt, with a hunk of bread in one hand and a goat nipping at the other. It happens when they fall, and when they try again. When they mimic what you do, and laugh when they get it wrong. You teach with touch, with tone, with the 1,000 tiny actions that make up your day. He watches how you wash the pots, and now he splashes water over a rock like he's scrubbing it clean. He sees you gather herbs, and now he toddles over with a fistful of grass, proud as a knight with a trophy. You thank him sincerely. It's the best bouquet you've ever received. Your older children have grown into little teachers themselves. They lead him around the yard, hold his hands, shout warnings when he approaches danger, which is always. They give him new words: goat, hot, mine. Some days, they love him with an almost suffocating affection. Other days, they sigh and ask if he's always going to touch everything. He is. You assure them he is. Meals are a group effort now. He wants to feed himself. Sort of. He gets the general idea, but lacks the coordination. Bread ends up in his ear. Stew on his lap. His face is a mural of what you served. You wipe him clean. Again and again, until you eventually stop bothering. The dog is more efficient. He babbles constantly, and while most of it is nonsense, you start to recognize patterns. His tone changes when he's tired, when he's hungry, when he's excited. You learn his sounds like you once learned his cries. Language is coming, slowly. You can feel it in his chest when he presses his forehead to yours and mutters syllables like they're secrets. Historians sometimes describe peasant childhood as brief, serious, full of work from an early age. And yes, by 7 or 8, he'll be helping in the field, carrying water, guarding the goats. But for now, in this tiny window of freedom, he is joy in motion, and you let him be. You make him toys from what you have: pebbles, wooden scraps, cloth bundles tied with string. He's fascinated by the way a spoon spins, the clink of stones in a bowl, the flicker of sunlight on the wall. You don't need much to teach wonder. Sometimes, in the late afternoons, you carry him on your hip as you go about chores, narrating what you're doing in a slow, steady voice. We're stirring the pot. We're folding the linen. We're telling the goat to stay out. Again, He listens like it's the greatest story ever told. You tell him actual stories, too. Not ones from books, but the ones your grandmother told you. Stories of clever foxes, brave hens, saints who outwitted the devil with nothing but breadcrumbs and sarcasm. You exaggerate the voices. He giggles wildly. He doesn't understand yet, but he will. And in the meantime, your voice becomes a rhythm in his bones. You tell him stories while he bathes in the basin, while you change him on a worn cloth by the hearth, while you rock him under the heavy wool blanket, his head nestled in the crook of your arm. Sometimes, when he won't sleep, you simply hum that same tune over and over. He stills. You sway. The fire glows. The house becomes a cradle. Your partner joins you in this rhythm, too, holding him, teaching him, singing nonsense songs while bouncing him on their knee. They build him a tiny stool from leftover wood, carved his initials into the bottom. He immediately flips it over and uses it to climb onto the table. Progress. The baby? No. The toddler is now part of everything. Part of the noise, the mess, the laughter. Part of your routines, your thoughts, your prayers. He's not just a new life anymore. He's in life, covered in it, curious about it, loud with it. And you, tired, sore, hands cracked from soap and winter air, you wouldn't trade a moment. Not the spills, not the tears, not the 100 times you say, no, not the goat's tail. Because now, when you call his name, he turns, he smiles, and he runs to you. It begins again, not with a grand revelation, but with that now familiar flutter low in your belly, a heaviness, a shift, a quiet whisper from your body saying, here we go once more. You're pregnant. Again. You realize it while kneading dough. Of all things, the baby, now a bright-eyed, dirt-covered toddler, is chewing on a ladle and giggling madly every time he drops it. You reach down to lift him and feel it. Not just the ache of your back, not just the tiredness, but that distinct awareness, like a bell ringing softly inside your ribs. You sit down, slowly, press a hand to your belly. You've done this before. You know what it means. You know the rhythm ahead. And still, it feels new and old and strange. You don't tell anyone yet. You hold it for a few days, letting it settle in like warm water in a cup. You move through your routines gently, mindful of every tug and pull. You watch your toddler playing in the straw, pointing at the fire like it's an old friend, and wonder how he'll react when he's no longer the smallest heartbeat in the house. Eventually, you tell your partner. They look at you, blinking, then smile softly. Another? You nod. Another. They don't cheer. They don't panic. They just reach across the table and take your hand. Squeeze it. That's enough. You visit the midwife. Of course, she takes one look at you and huffs. Well, your face says it. Then she hands you another pouch of herbs. Same tea. Different baby. You nod. She checks your pulse, your color, your breath, grumbles to herself. You ask, is there anything I should do differently this time? She looks at your toddler, who is currently trying to eat a button. Then she says, don't let that one teach the new one anything. You both laugh. This pregnancy is different. The first one came with stillness and wonder and naps. This one arrives in the middle of scraped knees, burned porridge, spilled milk, and the constant, sweet chaos of toddlerhood. There's no time to dwell. You feel the flutter, then chase a child into the garden. You feel the ache, then lift a water bucket. You slow down when you can. Not always, but sometimes. You pause to breathe after hanging laundry. You sit with your back against the doorframe, your hands resting on your stomach, your toddler in your lap, sucking on a crust of bread like it's a treasure. He points to your belly. Bump, he says. You blink. Yes, bump. He pats it gently, then immediately tries to climb it like a hill. You redirect, gently. Your partner builds a second cradle. They joke its insurance. You help tie the joints with twine. Your toddler crawls under it and declares it his cave. You let him. The village notices again. A neighbor brings extra broth. Someone drops off a sprig of rue without explanation. You hang it above the hearth, because that's what you do. Historians mention that medieval women often had child after child, year after year, some with joy, some with fatigue, some with both. You feel both. You love your child. You're eager for this next one. But you also lie awake some nights, wondering if you'll have enough hands, enough patience, enough of you to give. Then your toddler wakes crying from a bad dream and curls into your arms like you're the only safe thing in the world, and the worry fades for a while. The pregnancy moves along with quiet determination. You don't track weeks. You don't mark dates. You know by how your body feels, by how your clothes fit, by how often the baby inside kicks you while you're trying to scoop porridge into a moving mouth. You prepare slowly, not as anxiously. You already have the cloths, the oils, the songs. You already know the smell of birth and the weight of a newborn on your chest. This time, you prepare with less fear, but more softness. Your toddler begins talking in bursts, naming things, pointing, demanding. One day, he hands you a lump of mud and says, "Baby." You accept it like it's a royal offering. Maybe it is. You tell him stories about when he was small, about how he used to fit in the crook of your arm, about how he once sneezed into a pot of stew and no one noticed until the next day. He giggles. He doesn't understand, but he listens. You sing to the new baby sometimes, when the house is still, when your back aches, when you miss feeling small yourself. The songs are old, crooked, half-remembered, but the rhythm is there, the heartbeat behind the melody. And sometimes you catch your toddler singing them, too, badly, joyfully, off-key. You sit in the doorway one evening, the setting sun turning everything gold, your belly rising and falling with your breath, your toddler asleep in your lap, your partner humming as they feed the fire. Another baby is coming, and you, somehow, are ready. Again, you've done it all before. And yet, when the day comes, it still feels like stepping into the unknown. The pains begin earlier than expected, just after midday, as you're slicing turnips with your toddler on your hip. At first, you think it's just the usual ache, but it comes again, sharper, deeper, and with a knowing behind it that roots itself in your spine. You call your partner. They pause, glance at your face, and nod once. Then, without needing a word more, they light the second candle and begin to move, fetching the water, sending for the midwife, brushing the hearth clean. Your toddler senses something, but not everything. He clings to your skirt, confused but curious. You crouch and kiss his head. "It's time for you to be the big one now," you whisper. He stares at your belly like he's expecting it to talk back. The midwife arrives with the same no-nonsense stride and the same slightly suspicious satchel. She doesn't ask questions, just checks you, nods, begins boiling the cloths, reties her hair with purpose. The room shifts into that same still, sacred space it became last time. Time slows. The fire glows. The old saints are whispered to again. The toddler is passed to a neighbor who promises to feed him, distract him, maybe even let him bang a pot or two. And then it begins. The labor is faster this time. You breathe through it, leaning forward, gripping the bench, your voice low and steady until it's not, until the wave rises higher and your whole body answers with effort, instinct, and sound. The women around you are calm. They murmur, wipe your brow, press warmth to your back. The midwife watches with her quiet wisdom. "Almost," she says. You don't believe her. Then it's now. It's here. It's happening. And suddenly, another cry, another child, another heartbeat added to the home. They place this one in your arms, and the rush of knowing crashes over you like firelight in winter. You cry, just a little, not from pain now, but from wonder, from relief, from the sheer awe that somehow, again, your body has built a person. This baby is smaller, softer, mouth open wide in search of warmth and comfort. You guide them to your breast, and they feed as if they've been waiting. Your partner holds your hand and presses a kiss to your temple. "Twice as lucky," they whisper. You nod. You believe it. The midwife smiles, actually smiles, as she bundles the child in a cloth you washed just yesterday. She lays another herb bundle over the doorframe. "For balance," she says, "you'll need it." The toddler returns hours later. Quiet at first, he eyes the bundle in your arms. Then you beckon him forward, and he touches the baby's foot with one finger. "Mine?" he asks. "Yours," you say, "and ours." Historians write so little about what comes next, not the ceremony, not the moment of birth, but the continuation, the living. They skip over the deep breath after the pain, the soft light after the cry, the way a home grows to fit another life, like dough rising to fill a bowl. You feel it now. You feel it as your toddler climbs into your lap, settling beside the baby with the comfortable selfishness only children can get away with. You feel it as your partner brings you broth, again, and doesn't say a word about the tears on your cheeks. You feel it when the baby hiccups, and the toddler giggles, and the fire glows like it's proud of you. You've done this before, and still, it is new, and still, it is hard, and still, it is holy. The night deepens. The baby sleeps, curled in your arms. Your toddler snores on your lap, one hand resting protectively on the blanket that covers his new sibling. You close your eyes, rocking gently, listening to the fire and the silence and your own heartbeat, slowing back to something near normal. You are a mother, again. You are tired, deeply. You are whole, unexpectedly. The home, the hearth, the children, the straw, the saints on the wall, the goat outside making dramatic noises in the dark. All of it is still here. And so are you, still here, still strong, still filled with love. And now, as our little journey draws to a close, let the sounds of this cottage, this fire-lit, straw-scented, baby-filled corner of the medieval world, gently quiet your thoughts. The baby is wrapped and resting, breath soft and even, no longer crying, no longer reaching, just being, warm, small, entire. Your toddler has finally drifted to sleep, curled like a comma on the edge of the blanket, thumb tucked in, legs sprawled over a pillow he claimed with great drama. His little foot twitches now and then. Maybe he's dreaming of goats, or pudding, or both. The fire has settled into its slowest rhythm, glowing more than burning. The wood sighing softly as it gives up the last of its warmth. Shadows play across the walls in gentle waves, no longer sharp, no longer loud, just quiet companions to the flickering hush of night. You are still, not because there's nothing left to do. There always will be. But because this moment, this perfect, soft pause between effort and waking, belongs to rest. Let your breath slow with the babies. Let your mind soften with the candlelight. Let the straw underfoot, the wool around your shoulders, the low whisper of wind beyond the shutters, all of it wrap around you like a lullaby, older than words. You've done more than enough today. You've carried, created, and comforted. Now, it's your turn to be still, to sleep, to let go. The world can wait until morning.